You've totally shifted my thinking now. I actually think the number one thing you don't really see is being felt. Whoa. So what he says is you just want to match your emotion. To just match it.
I can't because I'm a drug addicted alcoholic.
But actually, it's not that
I want to know what more. Waking up from the previous night. I want to wake up without feeling sick, but I can't because I'm a drug addicted alcoholic. Can't stop taking drugs.
Not going to sell anymore, and so she gets really upset. And finally, Aiden gets upset too. Thank you for understanding me. Because the whole time he was really cool and she was all upset, and then finally he matched her emotion, and so actually now.
And he doesn't. Like, my man just, like, respects me. Lets me do what I want.
Process with Grammarly's generative AI. Use it to help students.
Hey everyone.
Dr. Romney. Welcome back to this YouTube channel on narcissism and narcissistic relationships. Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever had the experience of when narcissism, the concept of narcissism, has been weaponized by the narcissist? If you have had that experience, go ahead and drop it in the comments. And let's take this one. Listen, folks. The internet was
my back. That's burned.
for narcissistic people, more so obviously than regular folks. Narcissistic people use it really well to get validated, scream loudly, troll people, leave cruel comments. It is a narcissistic mothership and toxic womb. And as you can know, narcissistic people can look at content about narcissism and learn about narcissism, just like you do. And the narcissistic people can also look at content about narcissism
get ideas.
and learn about narcissism online and by reading books, just like you do. And believe it or not, and it may even feel delusional to you, they will, again, read about it. They'll read about the elements of narcissistic abuse, even about things like coercive control, and knit together a complex and elegant theory about how they are the wronged party and they are the ones experiencing narcissistic abuse. They really will. I am sure this has happened to many of you. And if you are having to face down a narcissistic person in family court, regular court, human resource teams, or other employment stuff,
I should have fucking known better.
Not even in an institutional setting. Just
Like, honestly, I realized, like, Sophie was like, yeah, okay, I'll go to fucking Derby. It's like,
I have said this many
It's like, yeah, I'll go to therapy, was going to be a fucking waste of time and money.
Argumentative and can win a fight solely on the basis of endurance. They are unrelenting, and there's something about conflict that energizes people with antagonistic and narcissistic personality styles. The fight is almost a tool of regulation for them. So just arguing and fighting and breaking someone down actually helps a narcissistic person stabilize their emotions. And they want to win, and often win just as a result of a war of attrition. Other people just give in, give up, and say, okay, you win, just to shut them up. Now, take that argumentativeness and couple it with their victimhood, because even the grandiose and malignant narcissistic folks believe they're victims, believe everyone and everything is against them. And then you have that intense, obsessive focus that narcissistic folks can bring, and that accompanies this whole dynamic. And you better believe that a narcissistic person will do their homework, and they will try to portray the other person, either in a relationship with them or in a legal action with them, as the perpetrator, the offender, as the narcissist, as a sociopath. They may even call in legal statutes like coercive control, and despite abusing, manipulating, raging at, isolating, and gaslighting, they will then turn around and say that all those things they did to you was what was done to them. They are also deeply entitled, and they genuinely believe that the only right way is their way, and that they are more special, and that things should go their way. I have to say that the part about all of this that I find the most galling, frankly, is when a narcissistic or psychopathic or
Fucking
sociopathic
asshole.
or dark tetrad or just overall antagonistic person takes a legal statute, something that took years to bring into law, such as coercive control, and then incorrectly, inaccurately, and inappropriately tries to assert it is happening to them. And the reason this pisses me off is because coercive control is very, very real. And the statute was written and put on the books was meant to protect people who were in actually coercively controlling relationships and give family court a tool to address these harmful behaviors. Well, now that the antagonistic, narcissistic folks and their attorneys have gotten hold of it, and it is still very new in the United States, with only 3 to 4 states having it on the books, this entire statute can get weakened by people who actually are the coercers. And they're turning around and alleging that they're the ones who were coercively controlled. And the judges are having to sift through the evidence and figure it out. Listen, the good judges get it, the less savvy ones not so much. And what it does, though, it can potentially weaken the power of this in a case where it really, really matters. Making no mistake, a malignant narcissist or a psychopathic or sociopathic person will have no problem falsifying text messages, editing video and audio content, and do other things to portray the non-antagonistic person or the less antagonistic person in the relationship as the offender or as the perpetrator. And it will become their single-minded focus to do this. Because let's add to that list of argumentativeness, victimhood, and entitlement the issue of vengeance. And hell hath no fury like a sociopath or a narcissist scorned. It's not enough to show you that you are wrong. They also need to ruin your reputation, take what matters to you, and make you pay. Sometimes for decades, sometimes for lifetimes.
How do you keep something secret? You hide it in plain sight.
What can you do about this? Here's where I gotta tell you, I'm gonna be a little helpless here. I'm gonna throw up my hands and say not a hell of a lot, except you gotta document the hell out of everything. It can almost feel
Hence
like a
why I
full-time
started
job
my
to
whole
save
live
and
stream.
catalog all the emails.
People keep asking me, like, why do you do this? What's this about? I'm like, nothing.
Second,
It's
you
my life of
need
nothing.
to do what you've got
What are
to
you doing
not
at nighttime?
react.
Nothing. Digging
Narcissistic
through
people
trash.
push buttons and they're
Shocking
very
art.
that whole phenomenon of baiting we've talked about. And you may have kept it together, not taken the bait, stayed calm 500 times. But at the 501st time, you might have had a bad day, you might have been sick, you might have just hit the wall, and you react. You react to their baiting. Maybe you yell, maybe you curse, maybe you call them names, and all will be understandable. But somehow they will manage to capture that on video. And in the era we're living in, that one piece of evidence may show you, and they will share it with everybody.
I'll go for
to show
it.
that
Next
you're
up
out
out.
of control and strengthen their argument.
Gonna ruin my reputation.
The hardest part of doing this
Being an
work
alcoholic.
is that this term, narcissism, are not well understood by most people. And the pithy 2-minute TikTok videos or unvetted content aren't helping this confusion. However, the narcissistic and sociopathic and overall antagonistic people are doing their homework and making the puzzle pieces fit in a way that can uphold their victimized cause, but they are the ones who are the harmed party. So do not be surprised when they try to use that positioning around you. And before they are done with you, they will have portrayed you, maybe even successfully, as an abusive, narcissistic, gaslighting, coercive control. You have to be prepared for that. Being disarmed and being thrown off by this can lead you to sometimes behave more reactively and reaching your own ends. Again, my own helplessness aside of this, best practices. All of this means that when you show up to courts and institutions, gaslighting and narcissistic or psychopathic in anything, legal or court setting, judges or other officials like mediators or HR managers do not like it. And they take umbrage at a petition of any kind of hearing using what feel like clinical terms to them. And you do not want to be the one who sits and tries to explain this person in a position of authority and say, no, it's not clinical, it's actually a collection of people who care. So you make them prepare and gain not used words like narcissist, but then the person who's actually doing the abusing shows up with those words and uses those words. It can feel like one more example of unfair and gaslighting because it is. So let's break this up. First, I'm going to say this again. You've got to be prepared and have all that stuff documented. No entity is going to do anything without documentation. Second, don't use it to it's unfair, but it's more likely to backfire. That focuses on emotional.
Oh, I know.
You want to give them as little as possible. Responses such as yes, let them send a paragraph in text that you respond to very formally and very briefly. Don't get overwhelmed. The narcissistic person, yes, they will triangulate and block every time. You don't have to remain silent. I'm so sorry. And then let and these relationships and their demise do become a place where we get stuck with everything and everyone in our lives. I am seeing and hearing about this more and more, about narcissism being weaponized. Are there situations, some of you may be wondering, well, are there situations where it's narcissist versus narcissist or sociopath versus narcissist? How messy that gets. Judges get burned out and angry in these situations. And there is no teaching the other person how to behave because both sides are behaving badly. We're just going to cast that bit aside. But in most cases, it's one toxic person and one person who's enduring a lot of toxic stuff. None of us behave perfectly in these relationships. How can we? The stress of someone manipulating and raging and taunting and gaslighting means that all of us have had less than graceful moments in these relationships. That's normal. But those normal moments will get weaponized. And even worse, they will take the language of abuse, gaslighting, manipulation, personality, coercive control, and all the rest of it, and use it against you. And your only protections and defenses are to be well-regulated, prepared, organized, and well-substantiated with documentation.
Oh.
So, for the course of the next half hour, I want to talk about the reverberations of the trucker convoy, the freedom convoy. I want to talk a little bit about Tamara Leach's trial, which bizarrely and incredibly and atrociously will continue on well into the spring. I want to talk about what's happening with other elements.
Oh, did we find out if she's actually native or not?
And what the legacy of the truckers will
Oh,
be.
yeah, okay, so we verified that her tax card is real as white people. We want to make sure that's like, want to make sure our tax money is not going to white people pretending to be native, obviously. Fucking retarded.
And of course, our cousins at the Democracy Fund have crowdfunded Tamar's legal defense. So we believe in Tamara Leach. And joining us now to talk about Tamara Leach, her trial, the truckers, and the future is our friend Keith Wilson, King's counsel and a lawyer during.
Mhm. Mm.
He ever be making the journey back to the White House? He did, as he always does, to compete with the GOP primary debates, one of those town hall things. And this time he talked about Wuhan. It's really interesting to watch Trump unpack pandemic information, because I remember at the time he was pretty proud of Operation Warp Speed, wasn't he? Let me know what you think about that in the chat. Also, he was participating, obviously, as President of the United States in many of the measures made then. But it is something
Interesting.
of, I suppose, that is due to Trump's rhetorical and communicative brilliance. That somehow he sounds like a person who from the beginning has known that that's been come out of a lab. Listen to this.
When we had just prior to the China virus coming in, if you don't mind, I'd like to be accurate as opposed to COVID. It is the China virus. It
It's a lot of heat for that.
Well,
It should never have been even criticised for that, is what he said.
came out of Wuhan. And I said a long time ago in your show, it came out of Wuhan. They were saying it came out of caves, back caves, 2,000 miles away. It came
He's back caves, Batman, the Riddler.
out of Italy. It came out of France. No, it came out of Wuhan, the labs.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't think it was done. I think it was done out of incompetence. That's what I think. I believe that
He enjoys this theory and then develops it too much.
the scientist went out, said hello to his girlfriend, and that was the end of that. She died.
Why? Oh, it's my girlfriend down there. Pop out, say hello to her. Oh no, she's dead. Oh, this is wrong. Jesus Christ. Hey, have you guys been down the wet market lately? The place stinks.
And then people started dying all over the place. But who knows? Who knows? I can tell you one thing. I got
That's
along
it.
with President Xi.
$20.
$20
$20 for a doorknob, not bad.
Sounds with like
So,
various
I have two.
like
That's 40.
Rocket Man, Putin, you know, sort of saying that they're all like people. It's interesting. Why do you do that? You want the general feeling that these people are peers and people that can have diplomatic relationships. Obviously, as well, he's about to go out and say impose draconian hard-ass measures on Xi. Unlike Biden, who's in his thrall, and it's difficult to deny that now when you see like Biden's son marching in and out of congressional hearings at will.
But I took in $400 billion in tariffs and taxes from China. And one of the reasons China's
It's funny that people cheer Harry. Yes.
No, the tree of the way he
Damn
says China.
good
I love it.
doing
He
so
knows
well
they love
today
it.
is because of those tariffs. And Biden wants to cut him. You know, he got paid off by China after all, so he wants to help the people to give him a lot of money. But here,
Part of Trump's rhetorical brilliance is that it's such a sort of stream and storm of information. Biden is corrupt. I've been calling it the China virus for ages. I post these tariffs. They won't impose tariffs. It's sort of like when you watch other politicians talking, like when you watch Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley communicate, or if you want Ron DeSantis, you've been on the show, dear Ron DeSantis, good job in Florida. And you're like, or when you watch Biden, like, oh God, like when Biden and Jill Biden doing their New Year's Eve chat on that big screen in Times Square. I like this bloke who's just casually slinging facts about stories and doing impressions.
he's a Manchurian candidate in a true sense. He got money from China, he got money from Russia. You remember the debate where Chris Wallace, how is he doing, I wonder? But Chris Wallace, when I said to Biden, I asked him a question. I said, how come you got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? And Chris Wallace wouldn't let me ask me. I said, why are you stopping this? Now it's turned out to be a big deal. I got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow. What? I tell you this, we're going to have a success that's so great that hopefully, I won't have time for retribution. There won't be retribution. There'll be success.
Mr. President, Trump's personal and political success, as we said yesterday, means that politics itself has taken on a different timbre, a different tone, different vocabulary, different style. Political figures, Trump political figures. You've got Vivek, who sort of talks in that kind of hustler, millennial way. You've got now primary debates where people are turning on one another. You've got figures like RFK, who a couple of years ago, you just thought, oh no, RFK, the forbidden Kennedy, now has is polling significantly in a presidential campaign.
That's funny.
Has changed politics. Or either he's changed it, or he's the first beneficiary. Let me know in the chat what you think it is. One, did Trump change politics? Two, was he the first beneficiary of a new modern world? Another significant figure is, of course, Rand Paul, one of the only people who, for a long time now, had questions about that needed to be asked. Let's have a look at him continuing to make valid points about Anthony Fauci, points that are unlikely to be made in that subcommittee.
The one thing that's consistent about Anthony Fauci is what he says in private is largely true. What he says in public is largely a lie. When asked about the masks by a fellow co-worker, Sylvia Burwell, he told her the truth. He said the masks don't work because the pores are bigger than the virus.
Study revealed that about the influenza
But
virus.
then in public, he wears 3 masks. In private, he
Oh my God, right? I forgot about that. When they were wearing like 3 masks.
In private, he said, yes, we're suspicious that the virus was manipulated, looks manipulated, and we know they're doing gain of function in Wuhan. He describes it. That's in a private email. In public, to this day, he still denies that they funded any gain of function research in Wuhan. It's all an entire lie.
Elsewhere, we're analysing that House Committee story in some detail. It's on Rumble, available, and now the foxiest of foxes, the wiliest member of the 5, Greg Gutfeld, is joining us for an exclusive conversation. He's on the 5 at 5 p.m. Eastern time, on weekdays, and Gutfeld is on at 10 p.m. It's being said in this way, I think, Gutfeld, like that, and it's chirpy, it's orange, it's cheerful, it's chirpy. You can see Gutfeld at 10 p.m. Eastern time on Fox News. If you're watching this on YouTube, you have to come and join us in the stream of freedom over on Rumble. Also, become an awakened wonder. Support our work on locals, support our movement. Exclusive content like whole new videos only for our subscribers. You get early access, especially.
There's one simple hearing hack anyone can use to improve their hearing almost overnight. Did you know?
And I was a sort of, or if you want to say, he's been on the show, freedom. Also, become an awakened wonder. Support our work on locals, support our movement. You get exclusive content like whole new videos only for our subscribers. You get early access, especially for live interviews. Plus, you get to be a part of a movement that's committed to changing the world. If you're watching us on YouTube, just a few more seconds now. Thank you. Greg, hey, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. It's I'm very excited to be here. I love you, Russell. Even though we've had a checkered past, I've always loved you.
It's interesting, isn't it? We are, in a sense, I would say, very much the Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor of the world of punditry, shall we say? Because you and I, I remember. Like you say, I remember the first time I was aware of you. You were saying, I knew this guy when I lived in the UK. I liked him then, and now he's become an asshole, I think, or an ass at least. And I was like, oh, what's going on? And but actually, do you think, what does this indicate? Has the culture changed? Because I suppose you would have once been, given that I first saw you on Fox News, associated with, we all know what we associate Fox News with. Is it libertarianism? Is it populism? Is it conservatism? Is it sort of like right-wing Christianity? There's a sort of a whole group of ideas around Fox News. And then and I was a sort of exiled from Hollywood, bratish show off, online. So agreeing about a lot of issues. What do you think's changed in the culture, Greg, for us to have found this alliance?
That's a good question. I mean, I feel like I was always an oddball in any employment I was in. I mean, I was the editor of Men's Health, and I was smoking and drinking. When I was at Maxim, I was engaging in mostly homoerotic humor to subvert the audience. And at Fox, I wasn't like the other anchors. And I was always interested in you. I always found you interesting. And I knew there was something there that I identified with. And I think that's why I was so frustrated when I can't even remember why I was shitting on you. I can't remember why, but this is the flaw of doing 24-hour cable news. I probably saw a clip and I needed to fill a bucket. And so I used that clip, and then I go, this guy, who knows what you were talking about? You probably don't even remember. I don't remember. But that's what we did. And then you see it, you go, wow, why is this guy doing it? And then you came back, and then you said I had a face like an anus, and which in some ways is realistic. There's an orifice.
That's everyone's face, Greg. That's not unique to you. You don't look like an anus, and I'd like to take this opportunity to unreservedly apologize to you for being rude. And I think what the videos were, it was when Bill O'Reilly was the most prominent Fox News voice, and I used to, I think, do little videos commenting on Bill O'Reilly's content, but also the same way that I've always done with sort of, let's call them Fox-style pundits over time and while watching them, developing a kind of affection, because I'm old enough to recall that when a family would contain people that were of the left and of the right, and that wouldn't be cause for actual hatred and condemnation. You wouldn't refer to people who have different political views as a basket of deplorables. You wouldn't say that half of the population shouldn't be allowed to vote or should be debunked. You wouldn't escalate a kind of a populist demagogue to the sort of heights of a 20th century military dictator. Everything has become more incendiary, more conflagratory, I would say. So it's like then, even 10 years ago, when we were first communicating, albeit through aggressive hit pieces on one another, the world was less filled with invective, and something's become concentrated and amplified, Greg, hasn't it?
Yeah, you know what it is? You could trace it back to the phrase political correctness, because that used to be a positive attribute in the sense that I'm morally superior to you. You have to reach this point, but then I keep getting higher. And then that turned into, well, the political became so personal, and you were supposed to keep it separate. Like when you talk about family gatherings, you could have Bill O'Reilly as your uncle, and I could be your nephew, and it didn't really matter. And you would sit at the table, and your Uncle Bill would spout about immigrants, and you would be whatever, and then you would move on to sports. But in this case, now everything is a moral judgment. I can't sit at the same table with that person. And then that escalated to, this person is evil, and I have to cut that person out of my life. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing now, is especially in this hyper woke thing. It's like, we cannot have a discussion, period. And in fact, the discussion lends itself to oppression. Just merely questioning something is an attack. And but the response, there's a really positive thing going on. The response of mockery and humor is taking that away, because even Bill Maher's no longer funny because of this moral hysteria. And so all of their targets now, it's flipped. It's now like I wouldn't say on the right, but libertarian, free thinking, illiberal. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Well, there's a few phrases that I think are useful around here. I heard the brilliant comedian Duncan Trussell say once, people have gone from woo to Q, like into meditation and psychedelics have become very anti-establishment now. There's this entirely new demographic. And the other aspect of this is this hyper moralizing, virtue signaling, sort of. And I would say it's a media construct, and and potentially a movement with academia. Certainly, that would be the analysis of people who know more than me, like Jordan Peterson or Weinstein or whatever. Like that, they would say like that. It seems that at least when it comes to the political and media class of this sort of neoliberal, let's call it woke again, just for simplicity's sake, it doesn't seem that authentic. Like what I question is how much they actually do care about the rights of people with different types of sexual identity, or how much they actually do care about different races, cultural groups. It doesn't make sense, because ultimately, I think we all know that these kind of apparently neoliberal but self-regarding leftist thinkers and orators are ultimately undergirded by the same financial and corporate interests as everybody else. It's still the military-industrial complex. It's still big pharma. So whenever you see, so that's why it becomes deeply hypocritical in times of war and health crisis, because ultimately they will advocate for the interests of the pharmaceutical companies when in a health crisis, notably and obviously the pandemic. In a war, all of the peace and love language sort of melts away and is replaced by the kind of patriotic language that would have belonged to the Republicans of the in the Iraq war period, of like your Cheney, Wolfowitz, Rumsfeld language of like it's not patriotic to talk like that. They're going to allow Putin will be marching on NATO countries. Like you say, Greg, everything has flipped, and the part of the reason it's flipped is because there was no certain moral values there in the bloody first place.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, like, Ukraine's the best example, I think, of this, is to see people that were so anti-war accuse you of not being a patriot if you aren't supporting our country. I always look over there and see that it's a fight among relatives. These are countries we somehow, I think the United States is almost like a next door neighbor or egging it on. And for our own reasons, I can't remember who it was, the Secretary of State saying, like, the good news is we're getting billions of dollars into our country. And he was talking about the upside of war.
No,
is
they
that
were
we
doing military training drills.
War.
Russia
No one really has ever said that out
training
loud.
drills.
Yeah. And I think
And it was
I don't even know
near
if
the Ukraine border.
Anthony.
So Canada was like, we're on our way.
Yeah.
Just to make sure they don't overstep.
But he
like,
says, hey, we're doing
in case
great
they
off
try
this.
to fucking
Why are
think
you
of
guys
any funny
complaining?
business.
Well, there's 500,000 people dead. But I want to touch on something you said, and this is going to be a generalization, but I don't care.
There are allies.
I think the reason why it's,
to
me it's inauthentic is I do think maybe this is like a Jordan Peterson-y thing kind.
We're allies
kind
with
of,
the
but there's
U.S.
an empty hole. When
If the
you see
U.S.
a lot
goes to
of
war, we go to war.
the really strident voices, there
they
is
use our Air
something
Force.
missing in their lives, and
Which is kind of not doing so hot right now. Finally,
and they fill that bucket up with this kind of purpose, which really isn't a purpose. It's just where they place their
then they're like, oh,
their emotional needing for attention. So they get the attention for whatever screaming they're doing. And I think at the end of the day, they're not really happy people. They haven't found peace in their lives, in their family life, and it might not even be their fault. It could be our society has created a weird environment where some people can't find meaning anymore and are lost. And so they put it in these, the false idols of politics. I mean, politics becomes their religion, but the only problem with religion is that there's no forgiveness. So that's the wokeism is a religion without forgiveness. If you violate the original sin of oppression, your ancestors are guilty, whether it's Jews or it's whites in the United States. There's no forgiveness. So you constantly have to take on the role of oppressor. It is a religion without confession or without forgiveness. But I think people treat it as a religion until maybe I hope that, like, there's so many young people that are into this kind of phase, and I can't help but think it's filling up something in their lives that isn't being filled
Daddy
by other
wasn't there.
things. And I think it's
Take
all,
me
I
to
think
the
it's
fair.
relationships. I think a lot of
Change
these
my
people
underwear.
do not
Like,
have
pretty fucking obvious.
relationships in their lives, people they can talk to. Because like a friend would tell you, you know, Greg, you shouldn't be gluing your hands to a painting. Or you shouldn't, why are you blocking traffic of people who are trying to get to work? Friends would actually say that to you. But it seems like that's missing in people's lives. You need somebody to tell you you're being an idiot, even though they say, I admire the cause, but you know that in Gaza, they don't care if you're blocking traffic.
I have
Does that make sense?
yes, it does.
No.
I have some thoughts on that, as you
No.
might imagine, Greg.
That makes no
just 'cause
sense
I don't know
at all.
anything about a subject, that doesn't mean
Are
I
you
won't have an
vaping, you
opinion on it.
faggot?
And I think it's a kind of natural end point to obsessive individualism, a kind of culturally immersive narcissism that, of course, by its nature, we must all fall to a degree prey to. And I would say that part of my own journey is my own wrestling with that kind of locked-in solipsism, as if you're wearing an Oculus or some VR helmet, where you're just obsessed continually with self. If a culture stripped of God, stripped of community, stripped of patriotism, stripped of failure, a family offers you only, as the only sort of the optimal experience is self-fulfillment. You fulfill your own sexual identity, your own gender identity, your own cultural or racial
No,
identity.
I've never
These are all
understood
beautiful and
this
noble
thing
ideas.
where
People's
people need to
sexuality is beautiful,
belong
people's culture is beautiful.
to something.
I always take recourse to ethnographics and anthropology and think, well, how did we live for tens of thousands or possibly hundreds of thousands of years? Small groups of 100 or 200 people that would have interacted with other tribal groups, perhaps through trade, perhaps sometimes through warfare. But there's nothing in our evolution that has prepared us to be confronted with a variety of cultures and being told that that culture is adverse to us. This is something that was written about extensively, notably by Edward
Yeah, but
Said.
do the
In his
Hasidic
book,
Jews
what did it?
Mind
what
your
was that
business.
called? Orientalism. So pointed out how the
You
West
stay over
is
there. I stay over
condemnatory
here.
of like culture and the post-Ottoman Empire Islamic culture, and that we assumed that our cultural trajectory was better. And he, as a sort of a Muslim living in the West, sort of said, well, there's different perspectives. We're not allowing people to have a different perspective on reality. We've reached the point now, people are happy to say there's no such thing as God, to sort of mangle C.S. Lewis, the rationalism that we use to posit that there is no God is itself evolved from a godless set of meaningless processes, that a set of random processes led to a consciousness that is able to ascertain that there is no meaning and no purpose in the world. And I think that when you live in a world where all that matters is the fulfillment of your own desires, the avoidance of your own fears, so you end up with these odd cultural movements and artifacts which, as you say, take on the practices, aesthetics, and appearance of a religion. Zeal, evangelism, certainty, but without the important checks that are embedded in religions to ensure that we don't regard one's individual identity as the summit and apex of all potential experience. All of us are temporal expressions of something greater, and that can be used to mobilize people to fight for a nation. That can be used to turn people into racists. That can be used for a whole variety of things. But what it could be better utilized for is our life should be dedicated to service. And when inevitably, because of biology and because of cultural conditioning, we start thinking the only thing that matters is what Russell wants, this is a time to start employing some principles to get myself out of that illusion. But no one will do that now, because galvanized, evangelical, awakened people are a threat to the globalist establishment elites that are able to implement their goals and agenda because of this disparate and atomized population. That's my theory, Greg Gutfield.
I agree. I would say that when I was younger, I was guilty of this same thinking for two points. One, like when I was like 15 or 16, my identity was like a band. Like I would sit and I would just write The Clash on everything that I owned. Just write it over. And that was, I was a Clash fan. I needed an identity because I didn't feel I had one. And then I became a punk rocker. I clinged on to things that as almost like as identity markers. And you can kind of see that now because you can see it as a contagion, at least in the United States, where young women and like they were doing studies where they now identify as non-binary as though, and it's like doubling every year, and it becomes like a costume because they are rejecting whatever was there before. And there's a theory from G.K. Chesterton. I think it's called the fence theory. It's like, don't tear down a fence until you know why it was there in the first place. And I think what we're seeing with this kind of progressivism is we're tearing down all these fences without ever understanding why they were necessary. So it was easy as a 17-year-old to make fun of religion, to make fun of your relatives, or any kind of traditional stuff was a joke. What was I replacing it with? I was too young. I didn't have any wisdom, but I had the ability to denigrate things that were there before. And of course, everything before was imperfect. We know that the United States was a melting pot, but it also had racist elements to it. Obviously, a legacy of slavery. But the melting pot is way superior to this potpourri of identities. Like the melting pot was about people who were different coming together and cooperating and communicating. Now we have this thing where, no, you can't have a melting pot. We have to be separate. And the idea of cooperation and assimilation means that you're giving in to the oppressor. Even trusting somebody who's trying to help you is seen as oppression. I mean, that is a new thing that I'm seeing. Like, you can't trust a white person because they're white. And it's like, you do realize that, white people, like anybody else, are here to help. Generally, it's hard to find anybody. I mean, most people just want to help, but we're saying there's an underlying oppression going on. That's dividing us. And I think the melting pot idea is under threat. And it kind of scares me because that's the only thing that really holds us together is the idea of communication, cooperation, the idea of helping others. And what you were talking about too is kind of like the most dangerous thing is one's ego, feeding that ego. And I mean, I was one of those people. And the moment you let go of that, it's probably the most freeing thing anybody can do in their lives is to let go of that ego and look outward. And all of a sudden, these identity markers kind of float away. And you suddenly see that everybody is basically in the same boat. And that's a good thing. And then the next step is service, being able to help people. I sound very new agey, but it's kind of like, it's not new agey. It's just kind of what we had before, but I don't know.
Yes, Greg. I suppose that only a maniac would deny that there was not a vast project of colonialism and imperialism that exploited, killed, enslaved hundreds of thousands, millions of people. But similarly, only a lunatic or a fool would believe that the best way to navigate and placate the legacy of that would be through globalist conglomerates and global organizations and corporations. The sort of the utilization of these kind of ideas through massive corporations and global NGOs suggests to me that the agenda is not about individual freedom, but in fact, the opposite of it. That's quite enough out of you, Greg. In order to bring you conversations of this quality and points of view of this magnitude, we need powerful partners like these. Here's a message. Stay with us for it. I'm sure you will benefit in various ways. Thank you. We can't bring you this fantastic content without the support of our partners and without the willingness and grace that you offer us on a daily basis. Did you know that the New World Order is poisoning your food, your water, and even your skincare? Wait for it before you call it a conspiracy theory. Did you know, according to the FDA, companies in the US are allowed to market skincare products as non-toxic while still containing up to 49% toxic ingredients. These ingredients are illegal in Europe and other countries. These toxic ingredients and plastics would penetrate the skin and immediately enter your bloodstream, disrupt your hormones, become embedded in your organs, and may eventually give you terminal illnesses. What's the solution?
Hello, I'm Jason Hall, Vice President of Research and Culinary Development. Today, I'll be talking about the...
I don't care.
Ready? Here we go.
Yes.
Propaganda is always obvious in retrospect. Today, you look at the posters, the films, the cartoons from World War II and the Cold War, and it's really clear what's going on. It's obvious. You see the emotions that are being played on. You see the symbolism of everything. It's propaganda.
Americans don't give up. That's right. And I'm an American.
20 years after the start of the Iraq War, this is what the Bush years look like.
Iraq continues to flaunt its hostility toward America and to support terror.
An outlaw regime that threatens the peace with weapons of mass murder.
The Iraqi regime has plotted to develop anthrax and nerve gas and nuclear weapons. States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world.
Today, we know that Saddam Hussein never had WMDs. He wasn't responsible for the anthrax attacks, and he wasn't funding Al-Qaeda. All the justifications for the Iraq War that made it out to be a battle between good and evil, that convinced millions of Americans their army should invade another country, and that resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths, were unfounded and spread, at times knowingly, by senior government officials and major news outlets. When we think of propaganda, this is what usually comes to mind. War and lies. Very attractively packaged discourse to get people to fight. But there's much more to propaganda than the flashy stuff. Propaganda can be, and actually thrives, when it's mundane. We should talk definitions. Encyclopedia Britannica defines propaganda as the dissemination of information, facts, arguments, rumors, half-truths, or lies to influence public opinion. If we're honest, the less sensationalist way to describe most propaganda is influential rhetoric, or maybe advertising. Something doesn't need to be a lie to be propaganda. It doesn't need to come from the government, and it doesn't need to be about war or another country being the root of all evil. If you don't like this video, for example, you can call it propaganda if you want. It technically fits that description. There's no such thing as unbiased media, and I openly admit this channel's socialist bent, so this is influential rhetoric. But most of us don't use the word propaganda correctly, like the very uptight people at Britannica. We tend to think of propaganda more like Edward Bernays, the guy credited with developing modern public relations back in the 1920s. Bernays described propaganda as, quote, the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses. Unlike Bernays, though, most of us think this is a bad thing. He said it was an important element in democratic society. That's because Bernays had a terrible understanding of what democracy is. Bernays saw democracy not as a society where people govern themselves, striving to diffuse power equally between all and organize fairly their interdependence, but as a society that could be managed by what he called, quote, invisible governors. He believed most people were just too dumb or prone to violence to think for themselves, except in the narrow confines of an election between 2, max 3 or 4 pre-selected candidates. The rest of the time, people needed to be policed and nudged from the top down for life to remain decent. And as society started turning away from more overt and violent forms of control, he helped devise strategies that would help manage society through the more subtle means of public relations instead. Bernays wrote mostly for advertisers. He cared about molding habits to increase company profits. But soon enough, the importance of his work carried his techniques into state politics. Starting in the 1940s, for example, Bernays was hired by United Fruit Company, now Chiquita, the banana people, to run a massive PR strategy in the US. Working primarily, but not exclusively, through influencing the press, Bernays and United Fruit drummed up fear of a communist takeover in Guatemala, which had recently democratically elected a president with somewhat left-wing politics. If you've ever heard of United Fruit, you know how this story goes. It's the same almost everywhere in Latin America. In 1954, thanks in part to Bernays and United Fruit's efforts to demonize Jacobo Arbenz and paint him as a Soviet puppet, a CIA-backed coup overthrew the Guatemalan president and replaced him with a military dictatorship that plunged the country into civil war for decades. But back to the present. Bernays is long dead, and neoliberalism has perfected propaganda. Influential rhetoric, if you want to be less dramatic about it. The new wave of political rhetoric that's flourished under neoliberalism isn't as often about that bad country over there or the bad ideology you need to hate. That's still around, obviously, but rather the more subtle, more diffuse propaganda of modern neoliberalism is a lot more about who we should be as people. Neoliberalism, more so than previous capitalist societies, has pushed its propaganda, its jargon, and its way of thinking into almost every aspect of our lives. It has found the most effective way to become bulletproof without openly relying on violence. Neoliberalism is plenty violent, but nearly invisible control works. To protect itself, neoliberalism actually molds people in its image through a mix of both rhetoric and economic policy designed to change people's habits and beliefs in line with its own objectives. In other words, neoliberal propaganda creates neoliberal subjects. Neoliberal capitalism is often misunderstood. Because of people like Reagan, Thatcher, Friedman, and Hayek who made small government their whole thing, that's often how we think about neoliberalism, our current period of capitalism, where government supposedly shrank and corporate power grew. But that's not what neoliberalism is, neither in theory nor in practice. Neoliberalism actually means more, just slightly different government. Where the welfare state capitalism that existed before acted as a safety valve for capitalists by preventing markets from doing what they do, increasing inequality, exploitation, and poverty, neoliberalism is a different approach to the same problem of how do you stop capitalism from imploding when left to its own devices. Instead of having capitalist compromise, neoliberal policies start from the assumption that it's the general mass of people that are the problem. Neoliberal policies demand tremendous government efforts to build and make sure that the supposedly free markets actually work. And plenty of these policies are there to change people, partly by making every possible area of life amenable to market practices and market logic. The market comes first, and everything else follows. Or as Margaret Thatcher is reported to have said, quote, "Economics is the method, but the object is to change the soul."
My first encounter with consciousness from another world was when I met someone in 2010 whose most recent past life took place on another planet. I could look into their past life and see and feel their planet through them. It was a fully enlightened world. There was no karma there. Every being was fully embodying their light in form without distortion. Total joy, total peace and resonance. I also remember quite vividly something that happened during a group clearing call I was leading for several thousand light workers in 2017. It was the first time I witnessed a dying world, a world where the lights went out, where all life was wiped out by the decisions made and actions taken by the dominant species on that planet. I have seen both the heaven on earth ending and the planetary extinction ending. And we are at a critical moment right now when humanity and all of us lightworkers must choose with conviction which ending to our story we want to live and co-create together here. As a species, we have had a major awakening of our collective left brain over the past 500 years, and especially the last 200 years. In so doing, we have developed enough mastery over our physical world where we have the power to extinct ourselves and all of life here, if we're not careful. And at the same time, we already have and are developing greater and greater power to support the creation of heaven on earth in form here. But our hearts are not as developed as our minds. Our masculine is out of balance with our feminine. Our outward-looking eyes and external seeking are out of balance with our inner knowing, symbolic sight, and soul-level peace and harmony. And even so, the good news is that millions of us lightworkers are incarnate in human form right now. More of us are here right now by far than at any other time in human history. It's incredibly exciting and hopeful. We've all come back at this very specific critical moment in the process of human evolution at the same time together to finally get it right this time, to win, to be a part of and support and celebrate the universal healing and awakening of humanity already underway. It is a beautiful, special moment to be alive as a lightworker and to live a joyful, abundant life for ourselves while fulfilling our soul's true purpose. But there is one major, often invisible obstacle standing in our way, something I refer to as the lightworker's persecution imprint. Almost all, or maybe all of us, carry this imprint in our fields. For most of us, it comes from all the times we were burned at the stake, or tortured or imprisoned, disemboweled or exiled, drowned or starved to death, or had to witness these horrific things happening to our loved ones, all because we wanted to share our special light and gifts with others. Not only that, this karmic imprint is so strong in the collective that even if we don't carry it in our fields from our own past life traumas, it attaches to us and starts causing us suffering and stirring up mayhem the very moment we step into the office of being a lightworker. This one hidden block really is the greatest impediment to our own happiness, abundance, and well-being, and to us playing our special role as lightworkers, supporting the healing and awakening of others and humanity as a whole at this critical moment. I'd so love it if you would join me and our beautiful community of like-minded, like-hearted souls for a super powerful session, during which we'll be doing the deepest, most thorough clearings of the lightworker's persecution imprint I've ever led. Many who have cleared this block with me in the past have experienced profound and life-changing benefits, including miracle-level financial breakthroughs, the spontaneous shape-shifting of physical health challenges, and more. I'll be leading a large group clearing of this block very soon. You can attend online via phone or computer, and you can register right now for a price of your choosing. I don't want anyone to be excluded from attending this special live event. Money is no obstacle here. During this special live event, we're going to tear a hole in the collective veil to let more light in. And you will very likely experience some of the most profound clearings and transformations you've ever experienced. It's going to be a life-changing, world-changing, limit-shattering, and timeline-shifting event for you and for humanity. I so much look forward to possibly seeing you there. Many blessings.
The shine and thickness of her coat is back. It feels incredible under your fingers, and you can see the improvement in so many aspects of their. The most incredible thing is that this was an all-natural solution that worked in weeks. Smart Earth Camelina has been carefully developed to harness the proven benefits of camelina.
These are the words.
But that's really abstract. In practice, this logic at the heart of neoliberalism translates to real policies, like increasing incarceration, tying welfare and healthcare to work, criminalizing poverty and homelessness, increasing state and corporate surveillance to better exploit and increase consumption, creating new property rights like intellectual property to marketize areas of human life that worked without them, using sanctions, threats of war, and full-on invasions to blast open countries who don't invite in foreign capital or resist free markets, bailing out private capital when banks crash year after year, redefining corporations as people so they can enjoy more rights, and so on. The free market isn't something that just exists, and neoliberals, their project is using state power to create and sustain their vision of what it should be, creating the free market and making it interact with more parts of our day. And I know it feels like we've strayed from propaganda right now, but all this is a very important part of understanding what propaganda actually does under neoliberalism. It's there to accompany all the more palatable, and ultimately create a market society filled with people who think like capitalists, and therefore accept more easily the fact that more things suddenly start operating like businesses. Here's what I mean. Things that exist outside the market are either reframed in market terms or demonized. Trump ran in 2016 on the promise of running America like a business. In France, promising to transform the country into a startup nation where every kid should dream of becoming a billionaire. That's an actual quote. The Iraq War, supposedly fought to spread democracy, briefly considered a success when the country was announced as open for business. Welfare, money set aside by the government to patch the gaps when the market doesn't allocate work efficiently, becomes handouts, and its recipients are admonished as lazy or welfare queens. Every government, with the unique exception of the military budget, is treated to a rigorous cost-benefit analysis as if the benefits of every policy could be measured in monetary terms, and despite the ability of governments to fund whatever it wants at a keystroke. Government success is measured not by the impact of its policies, their popularity, or the efficiency with which they're carried out, within budget and keeping the economy healthy. All the economy ever means, by the way, is capitalist profits, just as a side note. Outside of the state, like strikes, are reduced to this same cost-benefit analysis, with events like the railroad workers' strike last fall being almost exclusively discussed on CNN as a $2 billion expense, inviting viewers to make their own judgment of whether better working conditions are really worth all the strain on the economy. And this logic extends further and further out from the neoliberal core. Education isn't about learning, it's jobs training, the means to acquire human capital so that you can better market yourself to future employers. There is buying the right face mask or treating yourself to a new tech product. Rest is really important and valuable and necessary so long as you're doing it to recharge for work the next day. Every problem is promised to be solved by an app that's democratizing access to something when all democratizing means for these companies is making stuff cheaper. And this isn't just something that tech companies do. In neoliberal societies, whether it's Bush or some tech guy saying it, an association is constantly made between markets and democracy, or some other positive value like freedom. Nationalized companies are always framed as state-controlled, the implication being that that's necessarily authoritarian and juxtaposed with free markets. Freedom is what happens when BP comes into a country and takes over all the oil refineries. This stems from the fact that neoliberals have a terrible understanding of, and generally a pretty strong distaste for, democracy, and try to make it up by pretending that the market, with its huge disparities, is actually where democracy thrives, because people vote with their dollar. No matter that some people and corporations have billions of votes, and some people have none. Friedrich Hayek, for example, one of the small government neoliberal guys, by the way, was a terribly undemocratic thinker. His ideal government's upper legislative house would only allow men of financial property over the age of 45 to vote or be elected. No political parties would be allowed, and each member would stand for a 15-year term. These guys have no clue what democracy and freedom are, but they're not shy about co-opting these terms and the positive values they carry. To them, freedom means giving corporations permission to do anything they want, so long as they can generate profit, and giving consumers the freedom to buy any one of 50 different brands of toothpaste. Their boss cuts their pay on a whim, and their government festers with rich old white dudes who stay there for decades. But the march of the market and its logic extends even further. Policy, past political organizing, past the values of freedom and democracy even, and into our everyday life. Your hobby is now your side. You're not dating, you're in the dating market. Two words that were actually put side by side by the neoliberal thinker Gary Becker, who argued that more powerful, wealthier men were somehow more entitled to polygamy because they won at business. The most classic example of this, though, has to be the one you hear endlessly parroted by neoliberal politicians, most notably guys like Macron, and all those motivational Instagram accounts. Just become an entrepreneur. The entrepreneur is the epitome of the neoliberal subject, the person who is a business. Entrepreneurs are constantly applauded by neoliberals, and the entrepreneurial life is repeatedly sold to people by politicians and intelligent businessmen / grifters with an $80 course as the way to achieve freedom. That's because another element of neoliberal propaganda is that you and only you are responsible for your freedom, which is made to be synonymous with financial success. It's propaganda in the sense that it's a lie, because this rhetoric is repeated over and over again, even though tremendous political efforts are expended by neoliberal governments to make your ability to find success harder. Neoliberal policies encourage wages to stagnate or decrease in real terms, to cut off the safety net, to defund the public resources that allow the development of people and their skills, to force people into debt, and to imprison and police ever greater parts of the population that live outside the specific understanding of freedom.
Throw away your old pillow right now, because what you're about to hear in this video may prevent serious health issues in the future.
Recent studies have shown that over 75% of people have back problems because they sleep in the wrong position. It can cause reversible damage.
Under neoliberalism, if you cannot survive in the market, the place that is made more cutthroat every year, you don't deserve to complain until you've spent every shred of your energy to start your own business or selling your labor to someone else. Once again, Macron is the best example of this logic. In 2018, a citizen looking for work in agriculture came up to the French president, explaining that he couldn't find a job despite his best efforts. All Macron found to say to him was that there were plenty of jobs around, that he himself would only have to, quote, cross the street and he'd find a job for him. The idea behind the statement being that unemployment isn't the fault of capitalist society, which just happens to benefit from unemployment on the one hand and overwork on the other. No, unemployment is the fault of the individual, who must be ready to take any job, regardless of how degrading or low-paying it is, rather than be unemployed. Because if the market has produced that job opening, so neoliberal thinking goes, then that job must be doing, even if the only way to convince people to do it is to threaten them with poverty if they don't. But statements like Macron's "just cross and you'll find work" are the rhetorical part of the neoliberal strategy. The propaganda that makes it seem like unemployment is the fault of individuals not working hard enough. It's there to accompany Macron's reforms to French unemployment that actively make it harder to get unemployment benefits and overall just make life worse for people without work. It's in that the paradoxes and contradictions at the core of neoliberalism are on full display. On the one hand, you can do anything you want, be an entrepreneur, dream of becoming a billionaire from the earliest age, and yet, on the other hand, you're a lazy bum who must be willing to accept any job at any rate and will do so in an environment where every means of collective support is gutted, and the thing that will actually decide if you can do what you want is the market, the place where big companies and governments set the rules for what ultimately generates profit. Do what you want, so long as it generates profit for those at the top. Everything else is worthless. If you're not convinced, think of every centrist or conservative politician's speech about jobs for the past 50 or so years. In those speeches, whenever they talk about unemployment, it's never the responsibility of employers and the market to cater to the desires and skills of workers. It's always your responsibility to retrain yourself and lower your standards for the jobs that they offer you. Flexibility, independence, and resilience are elevated as virtues, because a market that can exploit and dispose of people at will is more profitable than one that guarantees everyone a decent job with good pay and security. It's a form that doesn't rely on the negative "you can't do that," but convinces people that they can do anything, and when they inevitably come up short, it's because they have the wrong mindset. Work harder, think positive, and anything is possible. Look, every political movement has its propaganda. It's rhetoric that it's getting out there to try to bring people to its cause. But what good is neoliberalism? We work harder for worse pay, and we're burning out like never before. The value we produce is captured by a few billionaires who blow it on joyrides in space and buying social media platforms so people stop bullying them. Neoliberal propaganda communicates the most shallow and meaningless definitions of freedom and democracy. I'm tired, so you are too. We talked a lot about how rhetoric can be weaponized in this episode, so I wanted to take a second and give a concrete example of what that looks like using today's sponsor, Ground News. Let's take a single event, the UK junior doctor strike, and see what headlines look like from outlets with different interests. Remember, the goal of effective propaganda is to persuade. So let's see how these different news outlets try to get us to feel a certain way. Here are the headlines from 3 different groups. Same story, but take a look at how subtle wording differences can completely change our gut reaction to the event. Here we have examples of right-wing coverage, nominally centrist coverage from an outlet with a single wealthy owner, and coverage from an explicitly socialist perspective. Notice how the story is framed. Patient convenience, and the actual reason for the strike. By omitting certain details, or by giving precedence to one quote or fact over another, news outlets can frame a story in a way that nudges the reader towards a conclusion that benefits their operation, often the extremely rich individual owners or a particular flavor of economics. This is something I get asked about a lot. How do I help parents or friends break out of their little propaganda bubble? It's great to analyze an event like this, comparing coverage from different interest groups, but it's a lot of work. I just have time for that. That's why I always recommend people check out Ground News, because it has a ton of really useful tools to make building media literacy skills a lot easier. Ground News is a web and mobile app that aggregates over 50,000 news sources and offers intuitive, easy to understand comparison tools so you can do things like what we did here. See how a particular is spun by various corporate outlets. You can also see the political leaning, factuality rating, and ownership of every single news source right in the app. No tedious research required. Now, full disclaimer, as a socialist, I obviously disagree with the placement of some of these outlets. For example, I don't think CNN should be placed as far left as it is. But honestly, this might be a good thing when trying to educate your friends and family. If you come at them with, well, actually, CNN is a right-wing network, they're not going to take you seriously. Ground News is the perfect first baby step towards media literacy. If you're looking for a way to give your friends and family a great set of tools to understand media bias, who it serves, and how to spot it, I highly recommend you check out Ground News at the link below. So head to ground.news/secondthought and give it a shot today. I promise it'll make your life a whole lot easier.
These are those rhombohedron crystals in your pineal. Those crystals become electrically activated. All of a sudden, they start calling energy back to them, and they begin to build their own electromagnetic field. We're seeing common people around the world becoming supernatural when they follow this formula. They're healing themselves, they're creating new jobs, new opportunities, and they're having mystical experiences, and they look just like you.
Anyone can make a career out of music, but first you need a great distributor. With Ditto Music, you can try the best, free for 30 days. Simply create an account, choose as many platforms as you like, and start releasing your music hassle-free. So sign up for the Ditto 30-day free trial right now and start sharing your music with the world.
We are now in a new era of wars, and unless we re-establish order fast, then we are doomed.
We've all known
on planet Earth, historian, a best-selling author
of some of the most influential non-fiction books in the world today.
I think we are very near the end of our species, because people often spend so much effort trying to gain something without understanding the consequences. For example, you will get to a life where you can live indefinitely, but realizing that you have a chance to live forever. But if there is an accident, you die, the people who will be in that situation will be at a level of anxiety and terror unlike anything that we know. Then you have artificial intelligence, and the world is not ready for it. Technology in history that can make decisions by itself and take power away from us, to hack human beings, manipulate our behavior, and making all of these decisions for us or about us, whether to give you a loan, whether to give you a mortgage, dating apps shaping your romantic life. But the real problem is that increasingly the humans at the top could be puppets when the most consequential decisions are made by algorithms, global financial decisions, wars. This is extremely dangerous, but it's not inevitable. Humans can change it.
But with what's to come, are you optimistic about the future?
I'm very worried about two things. First of all,
quick one. This is really, really fascinating to me. On the back end of our YouTube channel, it says that 69.9% of you that watch this channel frequently over the lifetime of this channel haven't yet hit the subscribe button. I just wanted to ask you a favor. It helps this channel so much if you choose to just subscribe. Helps us scale the guests, helps us scale the production, and it makes the show bigger. So if I could ask you for one favor, if you've watched this show before and you've enjoyed it and you like this episode that you're currently watching, could you please hit the subscribe button? Thank you so much, and I will repay that gesture by making sure that everything we do here gets better and better and better and better. That is a promise I'm willing to make you. Do we have a deal? Yuval, I have 3 of your books here, and these are 3 books that sent a huge tidal wave, a ripple through society. With these books and with all of the work that you're doing now, with the lectures you give, the interviews you give, what is your mission? What is the sort of, if I was to be able to summarize what your collective mission is with your work, what is that?
it's to clarify and to focus the public conversation, the global conversation, to help people focus on the most important challenges that are facing humankind, and also to bring at least a little bit of clarity to the collective and to the individual mind. And one of my main messages in all the books is that our minds
I hate your children. I hate your children.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of And Smart. How does she do it? We don't know. It's probably AI. This is a deep fake. It's a deep fake of Tom Cruise. Okay, you girls want to learn, and I know you want to learn, but you just don't know how, and you get bored because our attention span. And I think that as humans, we love to be fed information through the lens of, don't you want to know? Did you know? And yeah, I'm going to fall for it every time. So that's kind of what I want to channel here with you guys today, is I want to tap into that morbid curiosity with something I've been hyperfixated. Like something, you guys have to like something. You get it? We have to talk about my hair because it looks great. Thank you guys for saying it. I have been hyperfixated on World War I. I watched this BBC special called World on Fire because you guessed it, Ewan Mitchell was in it. Hey, made me cry. Like, objectively a great TV show. I really want to talk about specifically World War I's effect on art and what was art before the war and how did it deeply and psychologically affect an entire generation of people. Yeah, I think that propaganda is such an interesting thing. And I was a communication major in college, and we studied a lot of propaganda and useful and successful rhetoric techniques. How do you incite a war, and how do you incite support and success by using words? You know, because at this time you couldn't just, I was about to say something so millennial. At this time you couldn't just send out a tweet. But it's true. You had to have in-person revolutionary meetings to spread ideas, very grassroots. So let's get into it, guys. So sit down, buckle up. We're going to school, and you can't leave because guess what? I'm the teacher. I've locked all the doors. You've got to take notes because there's a test at the end. Here we go.
I like her. Very comical.
This is the dark history of propaganda and World War I's impact on art. A video essay by me, Brittany Broski. So from the thumbnail, of course you've seen these paintings and these posters, right? But what do they mean? A message, but a heavy one. I'll be focusing on primarily the British and American perspective of World War I. I would also like to provide a content warning. If gore or death or any of the horrors affiliated with war is enough to kind of make you queasy, maybe skip out on this one, all right? Or skip forward to the very end. So give me that watch time. Look, Broski Nation, give me something, guys. And as always, when I do these art videos, if you are thinking of using this as a citation or a source in any academic work you are working on, don't. Don't use me as a citation on your essay, okay? So let's jump into it. The contextual history of World War I's impact on art history. So think about it. It's turn of the century. All right, Stanley, put some ragtime music. It's turn of the century, okay? It's 1914. Industrialization, women's suffrage, technological innovations for both civilian and military use. We're talking radios, cars, planes, cinemas, assembly lines. But adversely, we now have the introduction of machine guns, tanks, aerial bombs, things that we've never really experimented with before in quite a way as what was to come. Coupled with all of this is the steady and slow rise of German militarism, which will be a common theme throughout this entire video. So politically, what's going on? This is crash course European history, but for idiots. Okay, guys, Broski Nation, stick with me, guys. Take notes. It's 1914. You've got Austria, Hungary, and Serbia. Austria-Hungary is part of the Germanic or German Empire. Austria wants to crush Serbia's independence because Serbia is seen as a threat to the expansion of the German Empire. Tensions come to a head when the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. It was done as an act of terrorism by a Serbian assassin, and thus this started this inevitable sort of, snowball effect of declaration of war. Germany to Serbia and Russia. They say, you can back down, or we're going to declare war on you. And Serbia and Russia say, I don't really feel like it. Thus, Germany declares war on Russia and Serbia, and France by affiliation because Russia and France are allied. So now Germany's heating up. We're in full-blown war mode, okay? They want to attack France, but the Western Front is way too, well prepared. So the attack plan is to go through Belgium, okay, to get into France and invade France. Well, guess what, guys? Belgium and the UK, besties. So the minute that Germany starts pillaging and kind of making their way through Belgium, the UK is immediately involved. Thus begins World War I. So British troops joined French troops to defend the Western Front. And this really came to a head in 1916 at the famous Battle of the Somme. This Battle of the Somme was so devastating. This introduction of trench warfare to both sides, and a devastation and brutality that we have never seen. At this one specific battle, Allied casualties totaled over 1 million. This was a motivating factor for a lot of servicemen to join up, and it was this fervent nationalism of defend your country, patriotism, fuck all this going on, we have to kill the Germans, we have to fight the Germans. And this influenced a lot of people to sign up. But once you're out there and you lied on your application to join, you're 16, 17 years old, your life hasn't even begun, and you're at the Battle of the Somme. You're at the Battle of the Somme.
Take the fight out
both
first.
sides struggled to see a purpose.
Who are these people?
Real life spies.
I'm a writer. Why would they care about me?
Because you're a fortune teller, Ellen. What you wrote in your Argyle series turned out to be real. And now actual spies are after you. It's time to meet the real Agent Argyle.
Oh my God.
Argyle, only in theaters. Kia, du mouvement vient l'inspiration.
Right, when you're out there and nationalism is pretty much all you got, it's like, well, damn, do I even like Great Britain that much? Damn. There was nothing heroic or glamorous about this war. It was arguably incredibly unnecessary, incredibly preventable. It was grotesque. It was just, by all accounts, tragic. It was just a tragedy. Like I said, it was young men scrambling to join up, lying about their age, being encouraged by the government to lie about their age because they needed young and able-bodied men to come fight this war. Also at this time, we see an outbreak of disease. It's around 1918. That coupled with permanent long-term effects of trench warfare. If you have the summit for it, Google trench foot. Hey, you are constantly wet Just like a fun little breeding ground for infection. So like I said at the beginning of the video, this was a 20th century war being fought with new technology, but 19th century tactics. Technology like airplanes, chemical and gas warfare, tanks, the Gatling gun, machine guns. This was a level of rapid death that we have never up until this point seen. What are we even fighting for? And so these sentiments that were brewing, both people at home and in the trenches on the battleground, this led to a general sense of disappointment and cynicism and pointlessness, which will later be reflected in the art that is to come out of World War I. So this cynicism and disillusionment really defined this literary and artistic period of the 20s, what would come to be the 20s. Let's focus on how all of that backstory, how did that influence art, right? Because art history is, I think, checking the pulse of humanity in a certain historical period. It's checking the pulse of mentally where people were at, new creative ideas they were exploring, new beliefs, new movements, music, literature, art. That is humanity at its core. And historical events, battles, wars, all of that is so external. So all these external factors that are bleeding into the inside, brewing and coddling this fire of just cynicism, was sardonic. And it was trying to make sense of this unnecessary, absurd war. So keep that in mind with all of these works that I'm going to go through. So leading up to the First World War, I want to give you a little art history timeline. Where were we before? What's going on here? And what was to come after? So the turn of the century into like 1900, we're looking at realism, accurately depicting life as you see it. And as art history movements go, I would say usually each one is an adverse reaction to the previous one. So it'll usually be either, you're building off of the previous one a little bit, or it'll be the absolute antithesis of what it was before. So if we have realism, next up comes impressionism and romanticism, which impressionism is what it sounds like. You're trying to paint an impression of what you're seeing. So think Starry Night by Van Gogh, right? Very impressionistic. That is by no means an accurate depiction of what that sky looked like. So that's kind of where we're going, right? We're abandoning this idea of concrete realism. So then we go a little further. Expressionism comes next. Expressionism and Cubism and future movements have to do with reducing figures and scenes down to their absolute basic elements, okay? Colors, shapes. It's really what we're working with. And then it's this full-blown death spiral into just cynicism and, like I said, satire. The only way we can really make sense of this is we have to make fun of it, right? Like laugh our way through it. So thus we land on abstractionism, Dadaism, and surrealism, which I'm sure you've heard of, the very last one. The common theme that unites all of these, which is going to be kind of the rest of what I talk about, is the triumph of nonsense, okay? The failure of logic and rationalism, because that's what this war was. It was a complete rejection of logic and rationalism. There is no way to justify and rationalize through death on that scale for no reason. So all of this abstractionism, surrealism, this is symbolic to represent war's destruction and horrors, to represent the overwhelming noise and stimulation of war, the smell of rotting corpses and cigarette ash, the taste of moldy biscuits when you're in the trench, the feel of soggy fucking boots that you've had on your feet for 3 weeks. That's what these artists are trying to convey. It's not so much about this is how the light looked or this is an impression of what I saw. It's the feeling, the fucking feeling of being there. Okay, so there's two sides that I really want to highlight here. Pro-war, anti-war, direct propaganda, indirect propaganda. And they go together. So the moment you've all been waiting for, let's start with him. Sammy Boy, Unc, okay? Uncle Sam. This is direct pro-war propaganda. The official name of this piece is I Want You for U.S. Army, Nearest Recruiting Station. This is from 1917. 1917 is when Americans joined the war effort. This is by James Montgomery Flagg. Everyone knows this, right? This is a staple in American culture. This is memed. This is incredibly famous, internationally famous. This is Uncle Sam pointing his finger at the viewer and urging young men to enlist in the war effort, right? But the question is, how do you get American people at home to give a shit about this distant overseas war, right? And the answer is you make the threat immediate and real. So the U.S. government creates a committee for public information, a war propaganda committee where they hired Flagg, who is the artist, who is a commercial illustrator, and the rest is kind of history. So this is the first, and I would argue probably most important one to come out of, pro-war propaganda. The second one, and before I kind of get into that, I need you to understand that when you're dealing with political propaganda like this, the goal, of course, is nationalism, it's patriotism, it's to rally the people. But in doing that, to be successful at that, you have got to dehumanize the enemy. You have got to draw the line in the sand that is us versus them. A good tactic to dehumanize your enemy is to portray them as an animal. Any country's military propaganda, it's going to involve an animal. So here it is, we've got Destroy This Mad Brute by H.R. Hops. This is again 1917. So what are we looking at here? So this is a dribbling ape-like German who is wielding a club bearing the word Kultur, which is culture, and wearing a Pickelhaube military helmet with the word militarism across the top. He's walking onto the shore of America while holding a half-naked woman in his grasp. Possibly we're to infer that that's Lady Liberty in his arms. Now, this one was tea, because this poster demonized Germany as the enemy. German Americans were a big percentage of the American population at this time. And so the US government was like, maybe cool it on the fucking mad brute shit, because the German American, we don't want them to feel, and then there's going to be a, well, guess what? They didn't listen. And it ended up being a real problem. In German Americans, Germans who were living in America, Red Scare-esque behavior of, are you a spy? Are you a German spy? And so internally now, the FBI becomes involved in all of this, and they're trying to scout the German spies. And the US government passes the Espionage and Sedition Act, which basically approved a bunch of FBI agents to kind of go out into American society and, report their findings. Now, who is a great community or group of people to target in this sentiment? Artists. Because, of course, if you're anti-war or an artist, you could be considered a German sympathizer. Artists at the time were considered a potential threat to national security. So now we see this. This is on the American side. Let's completely flip pages and let's go to anti-war indirect propaganda. So this is by John Singer Sargent, and this is called Gassed. And it was from 1919. Sargent was an American anti-war painter. He traveled to France with British surgeon and painter Henry Tonks in 1918. And simply put, he painted what he saw. And what a fucking sight. British soldiers on their way to a dressing station, which were hospital tents that they would set up on the battleground, where they'll be treated for mustard gas exposure. Everyone is blindfolded because the gas would burn the eyes, sometimes even permanently blind them. If you look over on the right side, there's a young man in a second line who's vomiting as they're walking. And over on the right side as well, you can see the tent ropes of this dressing station that are visible. And in the middle of the painting is a football match, which is being played in the afternoon sun. I think it's such an impressive thing to convey of, first of all the bodies on the floor. Are these soldiers resting from this gas attack? Are they dead? It's the blind leading the blind. It's just so much chaos and tragedy. And somehow he has managed to capture this incredible dichotomy of they are clinging to normalcy as hard as they can, but how can you cling to normalcy? How can you be fucking normal when this scenario is your reality? The whole painting is reminiscent of the yellow smoke and nature of the mustard gas. Okay, so this painting, right, you're looking at it. The size of this painting is the size of a movie screen. This shit is fucking huge. And that scares me. Maybe I have that fear of what's called megalophobia. When I see something big, I'm like, it's just a painting. I think also immediately what comes to mind here is the blind leading the blind. Literally, they're blind. You had to wrap that around your, because it was just, what a metaphor is that? The blind leading the blind. Unqualified soldiers who joined up, who are leading unqualified soldiers who lied about their age into this pointless, absurd war. For what? They don't benefit from it. In fact, they're treated like shit when they go back to the UK. And how do you maintain a certain level of patriotism? How do you not become resentful, right? This next one is by a German painter named Otto Dix, who is incredibly, incredibly important when we're talking about World War I and art. Otto Dix and Pablo Picasso were both very inspired by Goya. And I've actually done a video on Goya if you want to go watch it. Very inspired by Goya's etchings and his black paintings and his nightmare paintings. And you can really see, which is cool, the direct influence that Goya had on Otto Dix and on Picasso. So let's look at this. This is called Shock Troops Advance Under Gas, 1924. This depicts German soldiers using gas masks launching a mustard gas attack on British soldiers. Here, human beings become mechanical monsters. The gas mask isn't just a mask, it's a new face. It's a replacement of the human face for that of a robotic, inhumane monster who is capable of doing these war crimes, of committing these atrocities. What's the most terrifying about this piece to me is that they're looking right at you. The viewer of this painting is a victim, right? Like it's supposed to instill that fear in you of being there. And I think that's what makes it so visceral. So Otto Dix was a German painter. He served in the war on the side of the Germans, obviously. He fought at the Somme, at the Battle of the Somme. He was pushed and pulled to the Western Front, the Eastern Front, and back again. He was injured again, recovered, injured again, until finally the war was over and he was dismissed. When he got back to Germany, he was sickened by how ex-servicemen were treated even there as well. He became incredibly anti-war once he returned home. He created perhaps the most powerful as well as most unpleasant anti-war statements in modern art. The quality of truth to the vulgar and psychologically wounding experiences he was painting, I think that's what set him apart from other war artists, right? It's this commitment to the truth telling of what the fuck was happening. And there's so many Otto Dix works I could go through, like all of them are just so viscerally impactful. So in the same vein of another anti-war indirect propaganda, right? Because how can you look at that and be like, oh, this is great. Oh, this is good. The next one I want to talk about, which is the world famous Guernica by Pablo Picasso. This is from 1937. So this piece is super famous. You probably have seen it. It's about the German bombing of the small Spanish town of Guernica. This bombing was done for show. This was a small civilian community. And this painting, I think by nature of Picasso's style, but also just the subject matter and how he did it, it's mocking the war as just a meaningless, senseless act of violence. It's a slaughter. It's an irrecoverable trauma. Picasso is saying Western civilization is a joke. It is so hypocritical. And you can only show this in paintings. You know, you can't fix it, especially an artist. You can't fix it. And so it's like, what do you do? That helplessness. It's this need, like art needs to do something about this dissolution of society and morality, but it can't. It's a painting. The effort is sort of wasted. Because if so, pieces like Guernica would end the war, would stop the war, but it's not possible. But since it can't, the place and role of art in society had to be renegotiated, right? It had to be reconsidered. So from that, this movement sort of crescendos into postmodernism, which is a whole other video I could get into. And if you look at this close enough, you'll see that there are clear inspirations and influences taken from Goya's 3rd of May, 1808. So this next one is another German artist who, after the war, became anti-war. This is called Night by Max Beckmann from 1918. Max served in the German army. After serving, he painted embattled nightmares. The war had devastated his personal perspective as well as his country's perspective. And in Night, he portrays a horrific spectacle. It shows how war rips apart a family in the form of violent home invaders. Vicious raiders tear this family apart. On the left, 3 intruders string up Max. One of them seems to twist his arm out of socket. You can see the agony on his face, and behind him is this dark figure who's pulling on the rope around his neck. His body is splayed open, his legs are spread, his limp hand is out open to the viewers, and all these details reveal this powerless vulnerability. And notice the dark bottom of his bare foot on the left. You see that? Remember I said Google trench foot? Most of the night is beige in color. It gives the painting a reverb of shock, and most humans respond to an incredibly overwhelming and traumatizing situation or face strains of color, literally. So he contrasts that beigeness to these little flashes of red. So the red mixed with these sharp angles and obtrusive lines, it sets you on edge, before the violent nature of what's actually happening in the painting even registers. So when you do, your eyes focus and it's like, oh, it's that more fierce. I think these type of works really explore this idea of humanity being to its core monstrous people. And maybe not even because of the war, maybe because we're always like this. Why are we so cruel to each other? How can we do this to our fellow man? So through these that I've been showing you, it's definitely going more from cartoony to this one's a little more abstract. This next one is, you see it start to completely unravel. This is Soldiers Playing Cards by Fernand Léger from 1921. He was a French painter who served in the war. And this is the first piece he made after he's back from war, if that says anything. Notice the dismembered mechanization of these human bodies. Not even if you could call them human bodies. It's soldiers playing cards. These are images of these soldiers at rest, seemingly, right? Sitting down to play a card game. But at the same time, it's indicative of how the war had this permanently damaging, breaking effect on the human psyche. And I think that he really encapsulates that well here, of these are broken people who are just trying to fit back into society. But how can you fit back in when you are shattered from the inside out? You know, with videos like this, it's always fun to pick a topic and to go through the paintings and kind of give the context. But I always feel this moral obligation at the end of one of these videos to say some big speech about how war is bad and don't do it, which, yeah, but it's also like through these artistic movements and these life-altering global events, humanity is pushed to this brink of creation and of suffering and death. And how did these people live through this? You know, and how did they make it out on the other side? I think it just, like, after a video like this, I'm always just so impressed by the indomitable human spirit. It just, like, the resilience of man and how it is such a human thing. Event like this, you turn to painting, you know, to really work through those emotions. I think it's such a beautiful and human thing that in order to process, we must create. And I think it's great and it's very inspiring. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. And if you like these type of videos, I've done a bunch more, and I have a playlist on my channel called Art. And you can go check that out because Stanley edits the fuck out of these videos and he slays. Thanks for giving me your undivided attention. And if you clicked off of the video, you're dead to me. You're dead to me. No rations. There are no war. When Broski Nation goes to war, you get goose egg rations. You're going hungry, bitch, because you didn't watch this video. Okay? All right. Love you guys. Bye.
If so, I hope you guys get your raises.
Can't take my eyes off of you. Welcome back to the long-awaited next chapter in the Fart History series. I have neglected you guys for a long time with this.
Not bad. I'm trying to get him off the pipe because he is convinced that people are trying to kill him, and he's full on psychosis a good portion of the time. I've been trying to find an inpatient program I can put him in. Also, my life is significantly better since I cut out my crappy family. Because they kind of let Alan try to beat me up and then left me in a tent pregnant when my grandfather was being put in a home. But I have a house now. You should come with your adorable dog Finn. It's huge and beautiful, and my neighbors are English. And I have a boyfriend that quit crack a year ago. And is at his job making the bacon. I hope she's not be super weirded out by that. And straight up, I fucking would not have graduated without that lady. Also, we went through 7 teachers before her, and she came in, and she's like 5 feet fucking tall. She's tiny, tiny little lady. And she came in, and she was like, "You want to fuck with me?" And that's I think she's like, "You can't say that to us." She's like, "Want that?" Well, watch me. Fucking, she's a little tiny girl, and she hangs out with these huge black fucking basketball guys. Like, it's fucked up. Super crazy. Yeah, she's super.
Newman's Own is a wonderful branding company started by Paul Newman in 1982. One of our biggest challenges was the fact that we hadn't.
I'm thinking Randy Newman. I was just like,
In a perfect world, our public selves, the way I behave, the way I speak, the things I do, are the same as our private selves. At its best, public opinion holds a mirror to us and it reflects. What collective illusions do to that relationship is turn it into a funhouse of mirrors, which is fatal to free society. Collective illusions are situations where most people in a group go along with a view they don't agree with because they incorrectly believe that most people agree with it. It's not just that we're misreading a few people, it is that the majority thinks the majority believes something that they don't. We are all part of creating and sustaining the illusion. We've known about collective illusions for over 100 years. But here's the thing, our cultural and technological conditions have changed to make creating and sustaining collective illusions so easy that they've just proliferated at a scale we've never seen before in history. We have found them almost everywhere we look, from the kind of lives we want to live, to the country we want to live in, the way we want to treat each other, and even what we expect out of our institutions. And our job is to dismantle them so that when we see ourselves in public opinion, we are seeing ourselves for who we really are. If you create the enabling conditions that allow everyday people to reveal who they really are to each other, social change can happen at a scale and pace that would otherwise seem unimaginable. And here's how we do that. My think tank Populist studies collective illusions and uses what we call private opinion methods, which are just methods that help reveal people's private views, free of social pressure and other distorting influences on public opinion. And every question we ever ask, we always ask what the individual thinks and what they believe most people would say to that question. And that combination of methods helps surface collective illusions all across society. We have found them almost everywhere we look, from the kind of lives we want to live, to the country we want to live in, to the way we want to treat each other, and even what we expect out of our institutions, from education to the workplace. The most damaging consequence is that an illusion in one generation tends to become the private opinion of the next generation. One of the most important collective illusions we've ever discovered has to do with the way that people define a successful life. It turns out that the vast majority of the American public believes that most people in the country care about wealth, status, power, when in fact, the opposite is true. The vast majority of the American public are focused on a more personal fulfillment orientation. But our kids are paying an incredible price because they do not understand that this is an illusion. They try to chase fame because they believe that's what other people will recognize as success. So if we do nothing about collective illusions now, our silence will virtually guarantee that our children and our grandchildren will have this view as their private opinion. We've known about collective illusions for over 100 years. And up until the last, say, 20 years, you could have probably counted on 2 hands and 2 feet the number of serious societal collective illusions that had existed. Since then, that number has exploded.
Really?
They affect society as a whole, but we are all part of creating and sustaining the illusions. Even when we fundamentally end up disagreeing, a truthful disagreement is always better than a collective illusion. Being aware that collective illusions exist is the starting point. The only way to discover those is the same way that you actually dismantle them. You gotta have conversations. You gotta talk to each other. If you understand that fact, and you create the enabling conditions that allow everyday people to reveal who they really are to each other, these illusions can crumble in a hurry, and social change can happen at a scale and pace that would otherwise seem unimaginable. given the profound lack of trust in society today, we often look for the cause of that in each other. I don't believe that's true. Frederick Taylor is probably the most important person that most people have never heard of. Over 100 years ago, he wrote a book called Scientific Management, which they were about his ideas about how you create a productive economy. And he felt like the biggest problem in society was that we weren't very efficient. And so scientific management literally said, wait, the first thing you got to stop doing is trusting people. He went about implementing a systems-first approach to a top-down society governed by managers. In fact, he invented the term manager, and he made us all cogs where the system matters most. Because of the way our institutions treat us, by removing choice from us and fundamentally treating us as untrustworthy, we have come to see each other through that lens. But here's the thing. When you actually study honesty and trustworthiness, what you find over and over again is that the vast majority of people are in fact trustworthy. One of my favorite studies, it's a pretty famous German study. Here's what they did. They literally just randomly called people and said that there was a contest going on, and all they needed to do was flip a coin themselves. And if it landed on tails, they got a gift certificate. If it landed on heads, they got nothing. Now what's important is nobody knows how the coin lands except for the person on the phone. So you would have expected everybody says tails, takes the gift certificate, and the accurate results are like, well, it's 100% tails. Who would have thought, right? It's not what happened. It was almost 50-50 heads or tails. And in fact, it was slightly more in favor of heads, which tells me most people, if not all people, were telling the truth about how the coin landed when no one else could possibly have known. So it matters to us, not just that we are trustworthy, but that we are viewed that way. And yet we live in a society where our institutions continue to remind us that this is not true, that we are in some way untrustworthy.
199, 200.
Et voilà. Vas-y, creuse.
We can only interact with each other in one of two ways. We can trust people to make choices for themselves, or we can control those choices for them. It is a fundamental tenet of democracy that institutions serve people. But ever since Frederick Taylor, we have flipped that relationship. As a free people in a free society, it is unacceptable that institutions treat the people as distrustful. Because now we know that whatever efficiency you get from that top-down control model, the consequences in terms of human dignity and social trust are so damaging that that trade-off is not worth it. What we need is to trust communities to make decisions for themselves, trust families to make decisions for themselves, trust people to. If you want a trusting society, work to dislodge this top-down view of our institutions and give more power to people. Insist that our institutions treat the public with trust. One of the most important collective illusions that we've ever discovered has to do with the way that people define a successful life. We looked at the private opinions of the American public across 76 different attributes that could go into a successful life. Out of those 76, the vast majority believes that most people would rank fame as number one. There's just one problem. In private, it's actually dead last. It is 76 out of 76 possible attributes. We don't care about fame, but we believe that most everybody else cares about fame more than anything else. Our public institutions are actually being built around a false view of what people want out of life. In our media, in our businesses, those people are also under the same exact illusions. We have commercials, we have movies and television shows all telling us that a successful life is about being famous. Now, the dominant thing that kids talk about is wanting to be famous. One kid I remember saying, I want 1 million followers. He couldn't tell you for what. He just wanted 1 million followers. We know that most people, even in the younger generation, do not privately value fame, but they are even more convinced than the older generations that most people do. They are internalizing the illusion as their own values, and that will become the dominant view in society in the future if we don't do something about it. Being aware that collective illusions exist is the starting point, and it comes down to us being honest about ourselves to each other. Populists ask, what does a fulfilling life mean to you? What we found was really astonishing. Out of those 76 trade-off priorities, in the thousands and thousands of people that we have studied, no two people were identical. Nobody can tell you what a successful life is. You have to discover that for yourself. It's about knowing who you are. If you want to understand whether the people you care about are pursuing a life that's not their own, ask them why they care about what they're doing. Why do you want to be famous? By having your ideas challenged, that gives you a better sense for who your true self is. If we recognize our true shared values, it fundamentally changes how we see one another. We now recognize that investing in each other and enabling you to pursue the life you want to live is actually better for you and for me. The greatest strength of social media is its democratizing tendency. We don't have to just look to elites and a few news outlets to tell us about us. We can actually communicate with each other. But when we engage online, we tend to think that we're interacting with a reasonable sample of the actual population. But it's not true. Close to 80% of all content on social media is generated by about 10% of the users. That 10% tends to be extreme on most social issues. They are the vocal fringe. When you have a vocal minority that is perceived as the majority, critical mass of us will actually either self-silence or we will actually go along to get along, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is how collective illusions form.
Okay.
It's not terribly surprising that some of the first people to start to use these tools to manipulate were leaders who need consensus to conserve power. An example of this is Nicolas Maduro, the leader of Venezuela. For a long time, it looked like on social media that he had a pretty good beat on the consensus of the people that he led. So almost everything that he would say that were written about him that were positive would be retweeted and shared, and it looked like this represented some kind of consensus. But it turned out a significant percentage of his so-called followers were actually what we call social bots. These are fake accounts that only exist to retweet anything positive he said, and importantly, to attack the opposition. When Twitter banned them, the real consensus was with the opposition. And that started to emerge and be retweeted as more and more people recognized that it was okay to say what they actually thought. Social media is a free-for-all in terms of who can shout the loudest and who can silence other people in the name of masquerading as a majority and manufacturing collective illusions. Your willingness to conform and your unwillingness to challenge what you think the group believes will actually contribute to leading. The solution to our online life is to get offline once in a while. The most important thing you can do is continue to have conversations with your family, with your neighbors, with your community. Don't carry that distortion over into the way you treat people in real life.
Oh my God! Please. Here, move this off.
So this idea of conformity, it isn't just a choice. Every one of us as human beings is hardwired to prefer to be with our group. Human beings are not, we're a pack species. On trials, when we deviated from the group, it triggered what scientists call an error signal. This cascading signal across your brain that is literally meant to short circuit everything else to tell you something is, and you should pay attention. If you deviate from your group, you are actually punished. This conformity bias, sometimes it's been used for benevolent ends, right? One of my favorite examples of that comes from Bogota mines. Bogota historically has had a lot of disobeying like traffic rules. Everybody jaywalks, nobody stops at lights. Several years ago, they got a new mayor who realized there was a problem and realized that you couldn't just continue to punish them with corrupt cops issuing tickets and getting bribes. He hired a bunch of out-of-work mimes, like clowns, you know, and he put them at intersections all over the city. They have no power to like imprison you, no power to write a ticket. All they did was every time they saw someone jaywalk, they would just point it out. They would publicly shame them as mimes. And it turned out that this public shaming had a massive effect. It had a significant reduction of traffic accidents and even deaths. I think it's a funny story. What I don't like about it is I'm not a huge fan of public shaming for any reason, but it does speak to the fact that this is such a hardwired, powerful force for human beings. But sometimes the group isn't correct. There's nothing magical about group consensus that guarantees that it is a fact. It can just literally be consensus because no one's ever challenged it. It may be a collective illusion. The group may not actually believe this, but because you think the group does, your willingness to conform and your unwillingness to challenge what you think the group believes will actually contribute to leading the group astray. In fact, history is littered with examples of groups erring in massive ways, and there's an enormous cost socially. In the 60s, a majority of whites in the South no longer approved of segregation. They wanted desegregation and integration. However, they were fully convinced that most white Southerners, in other words, they were under this collective illusion, right? And because nobody was willing to challenge the belonging to their group, we allowed segregation to continue for many years because we were behaving in ways that were no longer consistent with our values. We are now in an environment where free expression, the ability to disagree openly, is under such threat by a vocal fringe that recognizes that the only way that they can get their way is to convince you that the majority believes something they don't, and allow conformity bias to do the rest of the work. The cost to you of giving up your private values in the name of conformity is that you may actually come to believe the very thing that you don't agree with right now. We have to create the space that protects differences of opinion, that allows respect in ways that are productive. How many illusions get punctured almost overnight when we realize, despite our differences, we have common ground as well. Ever since the 1930s, the bargain has been give up autonomy, give up any kind of control, give up the expectation that work would be fulfilling, and just do what we tell you to do. That system fundamentally distrusts people, and we're living with those systems today. But what's changed is people are no longer willing to be cogs. They're just not. Our priorities for work as an American public have changed. Work doesn't have to be a devil's bargain. Our most recent work is the American Workforce Index. We didn't just ask people what they wanted, we asked them to make difficult choices, trade-offs, across 60 different possible priorities for work. And not surprisingly, when we asked people what most people would say, a prestigious job as being the 5th most important priority for everybody else. To have your job be viewed as prestigious. That sounds like something people want, right? It's what we chase. But in private, it actually ranks number 55 out of 60. People want to work at places that give them free food and swag, and it's a prestigious organization where I have a prestigious title, where I can make a best friend at work. The things that we are told over and over again go into making a good work culture. In reality, those are some of the least prioritized things for the majority of workers in America today. To the extent that leadership of companies are under these illusions, they will continue to incentivize and design environments that are no longer a very good fit to the true trade-off priorities of the workforce. What people want is work to be a positive part of the rest of their life. They want to be trusted to be able to make decisions about how they do their work. And they are expecting more meaning and purpose in their work. The thing that will hold us back from a good life rather than just working to work are these illusions that keep pulling us back to conformity to something for which the group no longer actually values. We all don't have to quit our job and go somewhere else to find fulfillment, that it is closer than we think. And a lot of it is just subtle changes, particularly around giving more control to employees, trusting them more, listening to the things they care about. From an individual standpoint, it means having a conversation with your supervisor, talk about what matters to you. Your silence will only diminish the willingness of the employer to actually make the changes that most people actually want to see. It's okay to have the conversation. Work absolutely can be a part of a fulfilling life. Most companies need to see that it is not risky, that you can trust employees, that you can work hard to create a good fit for more people, and that the result is not chaos, and it does not come at the cost of productivity and profit, just the opposite.
There's one simple hearing hack anyone can use to improve their hearing almost overnight. Did you know that hearing impairments have nothing to do with your ears? The ears are nothing more than a microphone to the part of the brain responsible for your hearing. Here's the problem. No matter what type of hearing aid you use or what treatments you try, you're only treating the symptoms, not the real root cause. Listen, eventually, it will get harder and harder to understand words during a conversation, leaving you feeling isolated and less social. This is when your family starts wondering if you're able to take care of yourself. And next thing you know, you're being sent off to the old folks' home. Luckily for you, there's now a solution. Top scientists from the University of Cambridge made a shocking discovery while researching a little-known area of the brain. The scientists were shocked to discover that all hearing impairments stemmed from one single root cause. Most importantly,
So what do we prioritize moving forward as an American people? The American Aspirations Index was populace's effort to understand the private trade-off priorities that the public has for the future of the country. Asked participants whether they thought we were more divided or united as a country. Not surprisingly, 82% of respondents said we were more divided, and half of those people said we were extremely divided. And yet, when we put those same exact people into this private opinion instrument, it tells a different story. If we take politics out of it and just look at demographics, regardless of your gender, race, geography, income, education level, we share 8 of the 10 top priorities we have in common. And they are nothing short of core American values. People care about individual rights, good health care, and a criminal justice system that operates without bias. They want to be treated equally, regardless of their background. And they want to be able to go as far in life as their ability and aspirations will take them. But it almost feels like it can't be true, because we're all operating under this collective illusion of widespread disagreement and division in society. The biggest illusion of all is the illusion of division. We have very sharp divisions on just a small handful of issues, but because they are so intense, it is misinterpreted as widespread disagreement across the board. But disagreement on process is the heart of democracy. Let's pick the places where we actually have common ground, but the illusion is convincing us it's not true. You think about something like the First Step Act. One of the biggest criminal justice reforms in my lifetime was a compact together people who you didn't even think would talk to each other and made common ground around a common cause, right? More of that is needed, and it absolutely serves the need of the American people. Unity for the sake of unity is false consensus. We don't want to paper over real differences. where we treat each other with respect so we can adjudicate those differences in productive ways. The strategy really is bridge building. It really is using unlikely alliances to accomplish amazing things together. And so a call for unity will fall on deaf ears. A call to treat one another with respect and dignity that every human being deserves will puncture the illusion of division and allow us to accomplish more together as a people than we could possibly imagine. What we're witnessing right now across the country is a pretty dramatic shift in the way people think about their relationship between people and our institutions, and nowhere is that more prevalent than in education. Out of the 66 possibilities that an institution of higher education could deliver, what we wanted to understand is, what do you prioritize? What you're given is a task that says school A, 6 of those 66 attributes are randomly grabbed for school A, another 6 are grabbed for school B. Which one of these do you choose? Do it again with 6 others, and that allows us to build a profile for you of your trade-off priorities for higher education. What people think people want out of higher education is the prestigious school team and an active social life. What people actually want out of higher ed is to get a good job that is meaningful to them, and to do that with as little debt as possible. There are incredible institutions of higher education who are giving us a vision of what the future of higher education will be. They are doing things that are modularized, individualized, customized using credentials instead of diplomas to create better signals for employers. People are really interested not just in having an undifferentiated diploma, but also a hybrid, on-the-job training, apprenticeships. It's not simply book smarts that gets you the job that you want. Success is not just going to college. It is actually, are we equipping you to live the life that you want to live? Parents know their kids better than bureaucrats know their kids. Communities know their values better than the federal government knows a community's values. Where there's a lot of common ground is in this commitment to a far more individualized educational experience. Education is and always will be the great equalizer, the best vehicle for enabling people to actually live the kind of lives they want to live. That might be college for some people, it might be trades for others. What social entrepreneurs need to do is build the solutions and dismantle the illusions. If we get it right and we acknowledge the collective illusion, recognize our common desires for the purpose of education moving forward, there's an opportunity to drive pretty substantial change. And we can actually have the education system that we want and deserve. As human beings, our brains are absolute energy hogs. Your brain's always looking for ways to reduce energy expenditure. Well, one of the best ways to do that is through the use of cultural norms. There are things we agree to as a society that help us grease the wheels of social interaction, and they make life predictable for us.
Look at this guitar pattern. What you're looking at is the key that unlocks the guitar neck forever. It lets you hit all the right notes without thinking. It lets you flow up and down the fretboard without hesitation, and it lets you play faster and easier than you ever thought possible. But I bet that sounds too good to be true right now. I don't blame you, because I felt the same when I first heard about it too. So let me prove to you that this one pattern can open up a whole new world on the guitar neck for you overnight. First of all, have you ever got sick and tired of playing the same old stuff? Does your playing ever sound dull or mechanical, rut where maybe you play on and off, maybe you spin your wheels when you practice, or you just simply don't know what to do to make the most progress? If so, then this will change your life. You see, most guitar players go out there and try to learn as much as they can. They learn things like notes and chords and scales, and even theory concepts like or the circle of fifths, or some other kind of mind-numbing mental gymnastics. And they think that if they just keep learning, if they just keep practicing, then one day, somehow, it will all just magically come together and they'll finally be able to play the way they always wanted. But that never happens. And here's why. The more concepts and theory you stuff in your head, the more you have to think when you play. Yet as the only way to play freely is when you're not thinking. So the point is, killing yourself to try to learn everything under the sun and expecting it to somehow magically all come together in the future is climbing up the wrong ladder. The only way to start playing freely where you sound expressive and you can move up and down the fretboard with confidence is to start doing it today. How? Well, that brings us back to the pattern we talked about earlier. Now, if you notice, this pattern has 7 strings, not 6 strings like standard guitars. Now, don't worry, you can use this on any 6-string guitar, and I'll show you out. When you take all that theory out there and you put it all together, it all boils down to this one pattern. It contains all the right notes for any key. It repeats across the entire guitar neck over and over. And it lets you hit all the right notes in any song without having to think about it. And that is how the pros make it look so easy. In fact, some students actually laugh out loud when they see how easy it is, because all that time they just thought it had to be so much harder, when in fact it's so simple that most guitar players just can't see it until I point it out. Joe Griffin said, "This is a magic key I've been looking for." This easy for me. And
cultural norms usually reflect the prior generation's group consensus, not our own. Because we're born into them by and large, we just assume consensus reflects something that is true and good, that people really want. But it's not correct. A lot of norms are just entirely arbitrary, and we need to be skeptical about norms, because norms can exist for a very long time, not because they were ever true, but just because people don't question them. The areas of the brain that track cultural norms are the same areas of the brain that process social information in general. And a violation of a cultural norm will trigger the exact same error signal when it is perceived that you are going against your group. Artists throughout history have played a role in purposely challenging norms. We see them as a little weird and a little disconnected from society because they're supposed to be. And that creates a permission structure that allows them to hold a mirror up to us and say, "Is this really you? Is this what you believe?" Sometimes you come back and say, "Absolutely it is." And you're offended that they even asked. But a lot of times it's the first crack in the norm that eventually breaks. And as people start to talk about the artist and about the art, rather than the norm itself, it reveals the opportunity for people to reveal to each other what they actually value. And the norm can disintegrate and a new norm can emerge. Vietnam faced an incredible challenge with child malnutrition that had basically been impossible to solve through traditional top-down means. They finally addressed the problem and solved it through a completely different approach called positive deviance. Start by actually going into communities and saying, let's find the examples of people in these communities that are positive deviants, meaning whatever problem you're facing, like malnutrition, there's some family whose kids are not malnourished, even though they're under the same constraints as everybody else. They discovered that these mothers were supplementing the meager amounts of food the kids had with shrimp. Well, those were freely available and widely available sources of nutrition. But what they found out was at some point, a norm had emerged in that community that said shrimp were harmful to kids. The mothers that were doing that were doing it in private. And they didn't want anybody else to know they were, because they knew they were violating a cultural norm. It wasn't enough to tell people to feed their kids shrimp. They had to find these mothers and elevate their voices and allow them to and break that cultural norm. But once they did, they made dramatic gains in child nutrition for decades. The fact that we're so hung up on top-down, expert-driven solution to everything is the only reason why positive deviance seems strange to us. But in reality, it's the only way you collective illusions that are rooted in cultural norms. If you understand that fact, and you create the enabling conditions that allow everyday people to reveal who they really are to each other, these illusions can crumble in a hurry, and social change can happen at a scale and pace that would otherwise seem unimaginable.
This series is brought to you by Stand Together. a community of changemakers tackling our biggest challenges. And to learn more about how you can partner with Stand Together, visit standtogether.org.
It's like the Garden of Eden. It's a real place.
How do you know it's a real place?
I was there.
You're going to have to elaborate on that.
It's not far from Baghdad in Iraq. But again, it's a physical place. It exists. But you can't see it if you fly over it. The scriptures speak about it. If you're going to fly over it with a plane.
At all. What are the qualities of
This one piece will make 52 layers.
Watch on mobile devices or the big screen. All for free. No subscription required. Download Viewly now.
Good morning. Welcome to the good ship Mayflower. It's a very important day for us. A congregation in covenant with the United Church of Christ, where we believe that no matter life's journey, you are welcome here.
Nobody has the absolute truth, and that would be, to put it in sort of old religious language, that would be idolatry. To say you know the truth, you're absolutely certain. And by the way, the interesting thing about people who say they're certain, then you need no faith.
There are no historical errors in the Bible. All that we know confirms the truth.
I would cite you to the Apostle Paul and his clear and wise command in Romans 13 to obey the laws of the government because God has ordained the government for his purposes.
I arrived here 32 years ago and thought to myself, what am I doing in Oklahoma? I came to build a liberal Protestant church in Oklahoma, knowing there wouldn't be one on every street corner, but I made the mistake of using the word liberal. And so a woman on the search committee said to me, I just wish you wouldn't keep using that word. I said, well, liberal means open-minded, tolerant of divergent opinions, and exceedingly generous. That's what it means if you look it up. And I would like this church to be liberal in that sense. And she says, no, I don't like it. I don't want you to use it. I said, well, what word would you prefer that I use? And she said, conservative. That was my introduction to Oklahoma. Oklahoma is arguably the reddest state in the country. So we didn't have a single county, for example, that went for Barack Obama in either election. And all counties went for Trump in the last election. We are Southern Baptist in our political orientation. So that means that there are certain messages that get sent to young people who are gay, for example, or who are Democrats. I'm always joking when I'm out lecturing that in Oklahoma you can be a Democrat or you can be a Christian. but you can't be both, right? That would be peculiar.
we've entered a time where the power of negative partisanship has sorted us along lines of race and religion. So that, like, if you look at Republicans, they're about 7 and 10, white and Christian. Democrats are only 3 and 10, white and Christian. And what it means is that the two parties have exploited race and religion, two of the most visceral things you could think of in terms of human experience, and they've locked them into partisan identities.
This gets to be called the Bible Belt largely because the kind of religion that was in the South was created in the Civil War and came out of the support of slavery. It's a kind of religion that's stark in many ways, and it's centered on the Bible. They think the Bible is the essence of religion, which is, if you think about it historically, kind of odd. That means Jesus can't really have anything to do with it because there wasn't any Bible in his day. Most people who drive through a landscape don't really see much, but the more you know, the more you see. The same thing's true in the text.
Do you believe the Bible? And I mean really believe it. Here in Israel, we are living in the reality of God's promises. History is full of those who thought God was through with Israel. But here we are, gathered to the land of our forefathers after 2,000 years, and speaking Hebrew, a language that was dead for 1,500 years. Miraculously, we've survived attack after attack. And most remarkably of all, God is causing our people to turn back to Him in faith. People in Israel and throughout the Middle East are hungry and thirsty for a message of hope. Our media outreach in Hebrew and Arabic is reaching millions in Israel and beyond our borders. Our evangelistic videos in Hebrew have over 1 million views a month in Israel alone. And our Hebrew Bible app is
the religious bullshit. I just don't know why this would come up.
1,000 people a month. Visit our Bible website. Listen.
Fuck up. You just don't understand why that would come up in my newsfeed or my recommended.
It's kind of flat, it's barren, the colors are subtle, although they can be spectacular. It's a beautiful landscape in its own. And it's kind of primordial in ways. The most damaged landscape in the world. We only have about 5% of prairie left.
Oh shit!
So it's a very damaged ecosystem. Somewhat like the Bible, which is a highly damaged ecosystem.
Oh, okay. We're done with this. Well, we tried. How you doing?
Have a pay transparency plan but don't know how to get started? Let us help you put your plan in motion. Say hi to Bob.
In 1928, George Washington Hill, the president of the American Tobacco Company, saw his market. Up till then, it was socially taboo for women to smoke. If that was to change, the American Tobacco Company could potentially double its
Why do you
sales.
say tobacco?
How do you change social norms for profit? How do you manipulate public opinion to benefit the interests of the few? Back in the 20s, your options were limited, but some men were willing to help you for a price. These men were called propagandists. Edward Bernays wasn't only one of these propagandists, propaganda. His obituary would call him the father of public relations. This is why, to delve into the world of propaganda, his 1928 book, Propaganda, is unavoidable. And I think that especially on this channel, when aimed at looking at art, sometimes movies, sometimes shows, or and messages, it's important to understand, or at the very least discuss, propaganda. Washington Hill approached Bernays to convince women to smoke, to convince the broader public that a woman smoking isn't something to condemn. We're 10 years after the end of World War I, business is booming, and in the United States, women just got the right to vote. In this context, Bernays launched a campaign to get women to smoke. Torches of Freedom, a term borrowed from psychoanalyst Abraham Arden Brill, would be how Bernays used the need for women to empower themselves, to free themselves, and become equals to men. By hiring attractive women to light the Torches of Freedom at the Easter Sunday Parade in New York City, Bernays created a scandal. Behind us are the days when smoking was reserved to men. Women are now free to smoke, and this freedom is symbolized best when smoking. To advertise cigarettes, Bernays didn't only advertise the fact that the American Tobacco Company sold cigarettes, he linked the product to an idea, and a pretty strong one at that, the idea of freedom. And to sell these cigarettes, he aimed his advertisement at a specific demographic which, especially at the beginning of the 20th century, craved freedom and had the needs at women. This is one of the many examples of campaigns Bernays would set forth, and these campaigns would pave the path to the development and refinement of the art of propaganda. Once, advertisement was often reduced to facts. My product costs this much. My product offers this feature. My product has these characteristics in front of an audience so that when they make a choice of products, they can consider yours. Bernays, however, often advertised indirectly. When hired by the American Tobacco Company, he didn't advertise its products or its brand. He advertised cigarettes in general, knowing that a significant increase in the sales of cigarettes will uncover the tobacco company. I hope you understand how Bernays pushed propaganda from a tool of persuasion to a whole system aimed at shaping the culture you live within. The implications and consequences of such a system are unfathomable, from how our world is shaped to who shapes it and to what ends. We're about to delve into a system which shapes our world, a system which is openly anti-democratic, anti-freedom, a system which unashamedly works against the common good. But something important to know is that in his book Propaganda, the one we're about to delve into, Bernays defends propaganda. It often reads as propaganda for his services as a propagandist. He's selling his abilities to capitalists and politicians. And this is exactly what makes this book fascinating. It's selling propaganda and public relations. Bernays is not hiding anything or using any euphemisms.
Yeah, but he's still
We're
selling.
learning about propaganda from one of its fathers. And it's
That's like
honestly
Pierre Polyev.
Meet Sarah, an e-commerce manager who used to advertise thousands of products on social media.
When Pierre Polyev, to be honest, he's like younger.
Especially with large product.
He's got investments in real estate. Like,
but coordinating
he doesn't give a shit about housing the homeless. Like,
is a constant back and forth struggle for each and every ad. In comes the dynamic image editor, your go-to tool for creating optimized, relevant, and on-brand product ads.
Okay.
It's easy. All you have to do is choose your image template for your product feed, add designs with the intuitive interface, designs and layout.
That propaganda easily seduces even those whom it most horrifies is a paradox that Bernays grasped completely. And it is one that we must try at last to understand if we want to change the world that Edward Bernays, among others, made for us.
just my streak.
Before getting into it, I want to let you know that on the day I publish this video, I'll be streaming. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while now, so if you're interested, come hang out, ask questions, and we can chat about propaganda, AI art, or whatever comes up. See you there. In the first chapter of the book, Organizing Chaos, Bernays explains why propaganda is used and why it's necessary. The first sentence of the book is the most sinister one. The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true. We are governed, our minds molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of.
Or sit behind a cushiony desk while they say, but you must go
Here,
to war.
Bernays isn't wearing a
For the
tinfoil
greater
hat.
good.
He's not denouncing an invisible government. He's describing it and justifying it. He's telling his audience that in a democracy, we need an invisible government, and he's also implying that through his services as a propagandist, you get closer to become an invisible ruler. As I was editing this, I felt like the idea of the invisible government might be misinterpreted. Bernays is not talking about the Illuminati or groups of people meeting in dark rooms and deciding how to rule the world. He's talking about a system of incentives that gives power to a small group, and that this power is akin or comparable in its effects to an invisible government. He's not a conspiracy theorist. That's what I meant by him not wearing a tinfoil hat. Organizing chaos is how he justifies this invisible government. He explains that in order to live smoothly in our huge complex system, we need people above us to sift through all the information. As a society, we can only process a very limited amount of information, whether it be politically, economically, socially, or ethically. We need people to tell us how to think, or at least narrow the possibilities as to how we can think and make our decisions. Bernays takes, for example, the American electoral system that effectively offers two choices to its population, thereby bringing simplicity and efficiency. Our choices of the products we buy are theoretically determined by the quality and cost of the product. However, we can't test the quality of every product, its pros and its cons. That would make buying groceries, for example, a nightmare. What we do to avoid this confusion, as Bernays says, is we rely on people in power who we know nothing about to narrow our choices for us through, notably, propaganda. And this is applicable to policies, commodities, and ideas. Bernays agrees that propaganda can be used with bad intentions, but he says that this doesn't take away the fact that propaganda is necessary to orderly life, and increasingly so. Back when organization was based in village communities, commodities, ideas, and opinions were limited by the small amount of people in the community. All of it could be debated inside that community, and people made decisions from there. With modern media, and Bernays is writing this in 1928, there's an unprecedented level of diversity and complexity in our ideas, commodities, and opinions, mostly because we broke out of the village community model. We can now exchange with people from all across the country. Propaganda, Bernays says, serves to organize this chaos. Explains the why of propaganda. I don't know about you, but I'm not entirely convinced by Bernays' justification of propaganda. I love his honesty about the invisible government, but then he ties it to democracy and explains how both are intertwined. The very concept of democracy is antithetical to the idea of an invisible government. Both cannot coexist. If you have an invisible government, you don't have a democracy. Bernays is very perniciously using the idea of democracy to sell propaganda. The main arguments against democracy is usually the ideas that society is too complex for it to be ruled by all, that we need an authority to make decisions, an authority to smoothly run our world without too much debates and arguments. Bernays is giving those arguments, and he's saying that we need unelected rulers to smoothen social organization. I personally would argue that elected rulers are also undemocratic, but that perhaps is for another day. Bernays is explicitly anti-democratic, and he's selling his abilities to give more power over the masses to the powerful.
It's kind of like a bit of a rapey voice. Okay? Run a roll. You're so sulky when Daddy goes out.
Kia, movement that inspires.
The new propaganda explores what propaganda is in the 20th century. Bernays opens the chapter by reinforcing his anti-democratic ideas by saying that because of universal suffrage and universal schooling, even the bourgeoisie stood in fear of the common people, for the masses promised to become king. Today, however, a reaction has set in. The minority has discovered a powerful help in influencing the majorities. This help is obviously propaganda. Minority can wield the power of the educated and voting masses for its own benefit, effectively empowering itself. And this, Bernays repeats, is inevitable. Propaganda is the executive arm of the invisible government. Bernays goes on to defining propaganda, bemoaning the fact that it has a negative connotation. To him, propaganda is inevitable and can be used for good or for bad. Anyone who has ideas and convictions they want to spread has to use propaganda. By organizing or formulating a way of convincing others to adopt your ideas, you're making propaganda. This book is propaganda. This video about this book is propaganda. Here is Bernays' definition of propaganda. Modern propaganda is a consistent, enduring effort to create or shape events to influence the relations of the public to an enterprise, idea, or group. New propaganda doesn't only target society by seeing the individual not only as a cell in the social organism, but as a cell organized into the social unit. Touch a nerve at a sensitive spot, and you get an automatic response from certain specific members of the organism. Propaganda is a tool, Bernays concludes, often used by people unknowingly. A group of housewives, as he explains, policy, but they'll need to use propaganda to organize and communicate their intents in order to turn their ideas into action. But clearly, Bernays adds, it is the intelligent minorities which need to make use of propaganda continually systematically. In the active proselytizing minorities in whom selfish interests and public interests coincide, lie the progress and development of America. And it's realize why Bernays is enabling so much evil, yet believes he's doing good. The fact that he doesn't see a problem in the idea that his self-interested, powerful clients can manipulate the entire country because of all is extremely harmful. The idea that propaganda can be used for good or for bad is too simplistic when analyzing the ethics of propaganda. Monarchy can be used for good or for bad. We can think of plenty of ways in which a monarch could be a good monarch, but this doesn't stop the concept of a monarch to be reviled. The concentration of power is too dangerous. We can't give a handful of people too much power. And this is the problem with propaganda. Propaganda is harmful insofar as it's used to concentrate power. If only the powerful can use and afford propaganda, they can use propaganda to consolidate their power. And this is exactly what is happening. The selfish interests of the intelligent minority don't coincide with the public interest. The concentration of power in the hands of the intelligent minority isn't in the public interest. The propaganda Bernays is defending isn't merely influencing people's relationships to enterprises, ideas, or groups. I think anyone agrees that this influence is part of the democratic process. The propaganda Bernays is defending is one using concentrated power to influence people's relationships to enterprises, ideas, or groups. Using propaganda as a tool to shape a world favorable to the interests of the minority is what Bernays is advocating for, and it's what has been shaping our world for decades. The New Propagandist answers the who of new propaganda. Bernays opens by explaining just how powerful the invisible government is. He argues that this power doesn't only serve in politics or on a larger scale, but he also argues that in some departments of our daily life, in which we imagine ourselves free agents, we are ruled by dictators exercising great power. But don't worry, that's all for the greater good and for democracy. Then Bernays answers the who of propaganda by talking about concentration of power. To advertise on a scale which will reach 50 million persons is expensive. To reach and persuade group leaders who dictate the public's thoughts and actions is likewise expensive. For this reason, there is an increasing tendency to concentrate the functions of propaganda in the hands of the propaganda specialist.
Looking for an easy marketing way to make your brand more renowned? Check out brandpush.co. Our experienced team of writers will create an outstanding news story to promote your brand. Then we'll publish the article in over 200 highly influential news sites in just 7 days. After which, you'll get a full report with live links. What will you get? A higher ranking on Google, thanks to the strong authority of news sites that flood the first page of results. You can get verified on social media, and moreover, you'll get qualified visitors. Each publication acts as a landing page, which will encourage potential buyers to visit your site. But most importantly, you'll get more sales, so give it a go, and check out the available packages at brandpush.co. And don't worry about the costs. They're affordable for everyone. Oh, and one more thing. There's a money-back guarantee, so there's absolutely no risk.
Presenting Odd Pieces.
That looks so cool. What is it?
It's a new kind of puzzle.
I've played puzzles before. Lots and lots and lots of puzzles.
This is different.
We love puzzles.
But the experience is always the same.
So we wondered, how do we make it more fun?
More exciting.
How do you make a puzzle surprising?
Let's see what's inside the box. Odd Pieces is a puzzle with a 1,000 pieces, a comic book, a treasure hunt with mysteries and secrets. Oh, and the picture on the box is different from the puzzle you put together.
Wait, why would you want to build a puzzle if you don't know what you're putting together?
Every piece is a clue. Things change. Characters move. Then you see it. Something big happens.
So by building the puzzle, you're building the story?
Exactly. Let me show you how it works. The picture on the box is the world before.
Before what?
I'm getting there. And the comic sets up the story.
Cool. And what happens?
This treasure hunt helps you find the hidden details.
That's handy.
And now it's up to you to put it all together. Literally.
Oh, so the puzzle you build is what happens after.
You got it. And when you're done, there's a twist.
I love twists. Tell me more.
A secret ending. But shh, no spoilers. You'll have to play to find out. Odd Pieces was created here by these two.
Hello.
Last year, we had this idea.
So we searched high and low for undiscovered artists.
Hello.
Amigo,
What do you mean undiscovered?
Well, some are students, some have other full-time jobs, and some never even thought they could pursue art as careers.
we just saw so much potential in them and thought they'd be perfect for our puzzles.
And then what happened?
Everyone loved it.
So much that you asked for more.
Introducing Odd Pieces Series 2.
We made it better!
With new art, new stories, and new mysteries to uncover, like what's with those glitchy computer screens? What's that sign say? What in the world is Astro-Gastro? So, do you like it?
I love it. I think I'm ready for a new kind of puzzle.
Then say hello to Odd Pieces.
Bernays predicts that the propagandists or public relation councils will have their own departments and firms because it will be necessary for those in power to maintain public acceptance. And he was right. Just like a legal counsel, a public relations council is essential to any powerful enterprise. He gives many examples of how a propaganda specialist would be necessary. If the corset makers, for instance, wished to bring the product into fashion again, he would unquestionably advise that the plan was impossible, since women have definitely emancipated themselves from the old-style corset. Yet his fashion advisors might report that women might be persuaded to adopt a certain type of girdle, which eliminated the unhealthy features of the corset. From there, the propagandists analyze their public. They study groups, leaders, influences. They look at demographics, study their targeted clients, their habits, etc. And the propagandist may be hired for a single job, but can also be hired in permanence, because you might need, for example, as a corporation, to deal with rumors. The permanent public relations counselor feeds himself with information to help you develop the optimal relationship to the public in order to secure your profits. They may also, through this constant analysis of the public and markets, develop new ways for you to make money. Bernays follows this by saying, if we accept public relations as a profession, we must also expect it to have ideals and ethics. However, he doesn't really develop on the ethics of the profession. He says it's comparable to the code of ethics of doctors and lawyers. He gives the example that a propagandist should refuse a client whom he believes to be dishonest, a product which he believes to be fraudulent, or a cause which he believes to be antisocial. Small pause on that. Jacobo Arbenz, Guatemala's president in the 1950s, adopted a land reform which redistributed uncultivated land to landless peasants. He also made working conditions and labor laws a lot better for workers. The United Fruit Company, an American corporation working in Guatemala who owned a lot of land and relied on the poverty of their workers to exploit them, didn't like Arbenz and his reforms. So they employed a propagandist to convince the American government and the American public that Arbenz was a dangerous communist. In 1954, the CIA conducted Operation PB Success, organizing a coup d'etat, installing the military dictator Carlos Castillo, and destabilizing the once democratic country for decades. The propagandist behind this coup d'etat was none other than Edward Bernays. Bernays goes on when talking about ethics. He does not accept a client whose interests conflict with those of another client. He does not accept a client whose case he believes to be hopeless or whose product he believes to be unmarketable. He should be candid in his dealings. It must be repeated that his business is not to fool or hoodwink the public. If he were to get such a reputation, his usefulness in his profession would be at an end. However candid Bernays is about talking about invisible governments or dictators exercising great power, which he believes, by the way, is desirable for democracy to work, Bernays is a lot less candid about the ethics of his profession. It seems to boil down to don't do bad because it will make us look bad, and our whole thing is to make ourselves and our clients look good. Bernays answers the why, the what, the who of propaganda in the first 3 chapters. In the 4th, he answers the how. I won't go into it much, and I encourage you to read the book for yourself, but he mainly talks in this chapter about the psychology of the masses, which his double uncle, Sigmund Freud, knew much about. In this chapter, Bernays identifies an important aspect of the how of propaganda, and this important aspect is a paradigm shift. Under the old salesmanship, the manufacturer said to the prospective purchaser, the new salesmanship has reversed the process and caused the prospective purchaser to say to the manufacturer, "Please sell me a piano." Businesses and the public are intertwined more than ever. Public opinion matters more than ever. Bernays explains that if business interest doesn't align with public perception, or if public perception isn't manipulated to accept business interest, then the public might vote in restrictive laws against businesses. Another reason why the public and businesses are intertwined is because of mass production. Historically, the problem of production was to make products. How do we make products to answer a demand? However, the question today is different. A single factory potentially capable of supplying a whole continent with its particular product cannot afford to wait until the public asks for its product. It must maintain constant touch through advertising and propaganda with the vast public in order to assure itself the continuous demand which alone will make its costly plant profitable. To make customers is the new problem. Creating new desires, manufacturing new needs, encouraging consumption. This is what a propagandist does. Bernays then talks about the tendency in our growing economy for businesses to continually grow and expand to a point where public relations will be necessary. Public opinion is no longer inclined to be unfavorable to the large business merger. It resents the censorship of business by the Federal Trade Commission. It has broken down the antitrust laws where it thinks they hinder economic development. It backs great trusts and mergers which it excoriated a decade ago. This result has been, to a great extent, obtained by deliberate use of propaganda in its broadest sense. It was obtained not only by modifying the opinion of the public, as the governments modified and marshaled the opinion of their publics during the war, but often by modifying the business concern itself. Public opinion and business behavior is molded in order to make the public compliant to business interests. But it would be rash and unreasonable to take it for granted that because public opinion has come over to the side of big business, it will always remain there. Bernays goes on explaining how a great deal of effort will be needed to make sure that the public continues to favor big businesses, and he warns against the tendency for people to want to nationalize businesses. Nationalizing businesses, by the way, is when a business is owned by the government, so its profits, instead of going into the pockets of individuals, are distributed through social services. Speaking of governments, the next chapter is the great political problem in our modern democracy is how to induce our leaders to lead. The dogma that the voice of the people is the voice of God tends to make elected persons the willless servants of their constituents. Fortunately, the sincere and gifted politician is able, by the instrument of propaganda, to mold and form the will of the people. Bernays' problem with democracy is that it's democratic. He is profoundly anti-democratic. Though he might defend the right to vote and the right to free speech, this is not what democracy is.
I thought we were joking.
A monarchy could be elective and could guarantee the right to free speech. Bernays seems to advocate for an elected oligarchy which guarantees the right to free speech, not for democracy. He makes that very clear. To him, politicians shouldn't represent or enact the will of the people because, honestly, you can't really represent such an abstract concept. Bernays thinks, however, that politicians should create the will of the people, forge it, manipulate it. He argues that politicians should adopt the business model of propaganda, that propaganda is especially good for them because politicians aren't always the best sellers. Ours must be a leadership democracy administered by the intelligent minority who know how to regiment and guide the masses. Is this government by propaganda? Call it, if you prefer, government by education. This, of course, is only a short summary of the book, and
I offered
again, I
to take care
recommend
of my
reading it.
grandfather.
I haven't gone
rather
over
than
the
put him in a
later
home.
chapters: women's activities and propaganda, propaganda for education, propaganda in
I
social
even
service,
went ahead and
art and
messaged all my
science,
aunts and
and
uncles.
the mechanics of propaganda, in which he ends the book with
Not even
these
a reply.
last two sentences. Propaganda will never die out. Intelligent men must realize that propaganda is the modern instrument by which they can fight for productive ends and help to bring out order out of chaos. Edward Bernays is the perfect embodiment of his craft of propaganda. He's a man who manipulates us or tries to manipulate us all throughout the book. In the name of democracy, he'll advocate for the rule of a minority. In the name of public good, he'll advocate for the good of the wealthy. In the name of his benevolent will to lead the masses towards progress, he'll advocate for the promotion of the profession and the services he sells. As Bernays says, propaganda is not bad in and of itself. Like I said, this video is propaganda, and I don't think I'm doing any harm through it. However, without wanting to minimize the influence and responsibilities that I have, my propaganda doesn't have nearly as much reach and as much power as propaganda pushed by the wealthy few. And I think there lies the importance of reading this book, of understanding propaganda and understanding its uses. If people were equal as we are thought to be, then propaganda could be a great tool to communicate ideas on a larger scale, to debate socially on different social and moral questions. Good and honest propaganda is possible and probably necessary in democratic societies. And even if people are equal, there can still be bad propaganda, unethically produced propaganda, or propaganda with unethical aims. However, in a system where the concentration of wealth and power are in the hands of so few, propaganda is extremely dangerous. Propaganda is expensive, and in a world where people's wealth is correlative to their power, propaganda is a despotic tool, a tool wielded to subvert democracy. This brings up another question: how democratic can a capitalist society truly be? I don't fear propaganda on an individual level. There will always be ethical and unethical propaganda. What I do fear is the systemic incentives through which propaganda is used. When those in power are the only ones with the means to effectively use propaganda, they'll use it to conserve their power. Propaganda in a politically or economically unequal society will be used by the powerful. And that's who Bernays sells his abilities to. People who have the means to manipulate the public in order to protect their privileges. And this is why when you see art, images, movies, shows, ads, messages, events, news, opinions, you need to ask yourself, who's paying for them? Why are they spending money on them? And what is their end goal? If powerful people are using their power to convince you of something, is it also to your benefit, or is it solely to theirs? Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for liking and subscribing if you have already. And I'd like to thank, as always, Roman Brando, Mike Wex, and every other patron for supporting the channel. If you also want to support the channel, check out patreon.com/thecanvas. Thank you.
Ready?
Propaganda by Edward Bernays. Chapter 1. Organizing Chaos.
I'm Jonathan Miller from ASDE Inc.
To continue in English, press 1 now. Pour continuer en français, appuyez sur le 2.
Eat shit. make it.
A house or a smartphone? Which one do you think is worth more money? Well, definitely not the house, because on top of the millions it costs to buy.
Ready? Here we go.
Hello, Sublation Media viewers, listeners, readers, and most especially patrons. It's me again, Douglas Lane.
But an experiment is not a public opinion poll. It examines behavior under the pressure of social forces, as the experiment of Solomon Ash reveals.
The experiment you'll be taking part in today involves the perception of lengths of lines. As you can see here, I have a number of cards, and on each card there are several lines. Your task is a very simple one. You're to look at the line on the left and determine which of the three lines on the right is equal to it in length. All right, we'll proceed in this order. You'll give your answer.
Only one of the people in the group is a real subject, a fifth person with a white t-shirt. The others are confederates of the experimenter and have been told to give wrong answers on some of the trials. The experiment begins uneventfully as subjects give their judgments.
Two. Three.
But on the third trial, something happens.
Two.
2. The subject denies the evidence of his own eyes and yields to group influence. Ash found subjects went along with the group on 37% of the critical trials. But he found through interviews that they went along with the group for different reasons.
1. They must be right. There are 4 of them and 1 of me.
1. This subject's yielding is based on a distortion of his judgment. He genuinely believes that the group is correct.
1.
Okay.
1.
1. 2.
Oh, Jack.
1. 2. 2. 2.
I know they're wrong, but why do I make waves?
2.
In this case, the subject knows he is right, but goes along to avoid the discomfort of disagreeing with the group. Here, the distortion is at the level of his response.
2. 2. 2. 2.
In the previous experiment, the naive subject stood alone against the group. In this variation, Ash gave the naive subject a partner, here seated in the third position, who also gives the correct response.
1.
1. 2.
1.
2. With a partner, yielding drops to only 5% of the critical trials compared to 37% without a partner. Although subjects report warmth and good feeling toward the partner, they typically deny that he played a role in their own independence. The partnership variation shows that much of the power of the group came not merely from its numbers, but from the unanimity of its opposition. When that unanimity is punctured, the group's power is greatly reduced. Sometimes we go along with the group because what they say convinces us they are right. This is called informational conformity, that the group will disapprove if we are deviant. This is called normative conformity. The strength of the normative factor is shown in another variation carried out by Ash. In this variation, the subject is told that because he had arrived late, he would have to write his answers. Subjects in this private response experiment are exposed to the same amount of misleading information as other subjects, but they are immune from any possible criticism by the group.
1.
And this enormously reduces the pressure to conform. Conformity drops by 2/3. Ash's experiment is a classic. It reveals how people will deny what they see and submit to group pressure. It allows us not only to observe conformity, that increase or reduce its occurrence.
One of the most famous experiments about conformity are the Ash line experiments, which were conducted in the 1950s. And I want to go over a few things about Solomon Ash, who was the experimenter, before I go over the experiment. First of all, he was part of a group known as the Gestalt psychologists. And they believed that it was not possible to understand human psychology or human behavior by breaking it down into parts. Instead, people must be understood as whole, that they can't really be understood without thinking about the times and situations in which they are a part. And I've written a quote here from Solomon Ash from around the time that he conducted these studies, where he writes, "Most social acts have to be understood in their setting and lose meaning if isolated. No error in thinking about social facts is more serious than the failure to see their place and function." And this is something that we need to keep in mind when we think about not only Solomon Ash and his conformity experiments, but also all of the other studies on conformity and obedience that we will discuss. Ash was born in Warsaw, Poland in 1907 to a Jewish family and migrated to the United States in the 1920s at the age of 13. So even though he was not in Poland during World War II during the Holocaust, we need to think about how these world events might have influenced his studies of conformity, and why he and the other psychologists might have thought that this was an important topic to study. When Ash began his studies, he was primarily interested in understanding how group behavior can influence the behavior of the individual. Influence might be the most important. So let's talk about these studies, and let's say that you are one of the participants who has signed up to take part in what has been described as a simple perceptual study. And say that when you show up for this study, you find that there are a number of other participants who are also there to participate with you. So you all sit down at a long table and the experimenter starts to explain the experiment to you. And it seems incredibly boring. The experimenter holds up a card with a target line on it and 3 comparison lines. And the participant needs to figure out which comparison line matches the target line. And for each card, you're supposed to go down the line one by one and give your answer. And the first trial starts and everybody gives what is obviously the right answer, and you give it too. The second trial goes along just as the first one, with the correct answer being just as obvious. But on the third trial, something really strange happens. The answer seems just as obvious on this card as it did the 2 cards before. But this time, the first participant gives the wrong answer. And you think, okay, maybe he's just messing with the experimenter because he's really bored. But then the second participant gives the same answer, and the third one, and on down the line. And then it gets to you. What do you say? The answer that seems to you to be the obviously correct answer, or the seemingly incorrect response given by the other members of your group? Do you go with what you think you know, or do you go with the majority? The same situation doesn't just happen once, it happens across a number of trials. So what would you do? When I asked this question in class, most students tell me that they would not conform. That they would always give the correct answer, even when the majority was giving the incorrect one. And you might be thinking the same thing, and if I'm being honest with myself, I would probably say that as well. But this is actually not what the researchers found. Even though solitary participants, so participants answering without a group, made errors less than 1% of the time, in the presence of a group, 75% of participants conformed and gave the incorrect answer at least once. And 37% of participants conformed and gave the incorrect answer every time the group did. And there are a few things I want to mention about this study before I go on. The first is that unbeknownst to you, unbeknownst to all the individuals who participated in this study, all of the other participants who were participating, so all of the individuals here in blue, were actually Confederates, meaning that they were actually in on the experiment the whole time and were instructed by the experimenter to give the incorrect answer. So the real purpose of this study was to tell whether or not the real participant, so the magenta guy here, would go along with the group when that group was making an obviously incorrect decision. I also want to note that there were 18 trials in total, so there were 18 different cards, and the Confederates unanimously answered incorrectly on 12 of them. Another really important thing to note about this study was that there was no obvious pressure to conform or not to conform with the group. There was no prize for conforming, no punishment for not. And there was also no prize for doing well in the study and no punishment for doing poorly. They were simply seated with the other participants at a table. So keep in mind that there was no actual pressure to conform, only perceived pressure. So why would the participants of this study go against their better judgment and conform with the group? When they were interviewed following the experiment, when they were asked why they had conformed, most participants noted that the answers that they had given were incorrect. But they went along with them because they feared being ridiculed by the group. And we would refer to this as normative social influence, which is altering our behavior so that we better fit in with those around us. So they saw what the correct answer was, they knew that it was the correct answer, but they went against it regardless. Other individuals noted that they conformed because they doubted their own responses. They reasoned that if all of the other participants at the table were giving a certain answer, then that one must be the correct one. And we refer to this as informational social influence. And this is when we change our behavior because we assume that others are better informed, that they know more about what's going on than we do. So they saw what they thought was the correct answer, but then after hearing the responses of the group, they changed their minds. And as a result, they gave the same answer that the group gave. So they saw the correct response, they decided that they themselves were wrong, and so they deferred to the group's judgment. But for some participants in this study, the errors that they made seemed to be at the perceptual level. They really, truly believed that the answers given by the majority were correct. So unlike those who refer to normative social influence or informational social influence, these individuals were never consciously aware that there was any dissonance involved with the judgments. So they really thought that the group gave the correct answer, and they decided that that was the correct one, and so they gave that answer as well. But what about those who did not conform? What were their reasons? When they were interviewed afterwards, some of them were really confident. They were really sure that their perceptions and their judgments were correct. Others weren't so confident, meaning that there were some participants who felt a lot of doubt and unease, but even so, they stuck with their own answers. And before I move on to the next topic, I want to take a moment to talk about some of the problems with this study. For example, the participants all came from the same limited population. They were all male undergraduates who were all around the same age and in the same university culture. So the original conformity studies didn't consider the fact that maybe women or individuals in minority groups or individuals from different cultures or different age ranges might have reacted differently. Also, even though the participants thought that they were coming in for a study about visual perception, they did know that they were coming in for a study. And as someone who has participated in studies before, as most college students who have taken psychology courses have, I probably would have been maybe a bit suspicious about the study, especially when the people who I thought were the other participants started answering questions incorrectly. I probably would have conformed at least once just to see what would happen when I did. One thing we always look for in studies is whether or not they have ecological validity, or whether or not the conditions in the study mimic the conditions in the real world. Because if they don't approximate real life, then we can be really limited in what conclusions we can draw from it. Judging the length of a line in a lab doesn't really relate to how we think about conformity in the real world. Another thing that we have to think about are demand characteristics, which describes how participants will sometimes change their behavior in order to match with the expectations of the experimenter. So it's possible that the participants in this original study conformed not because they felt any group pressures, but because that's what they thought the experimenter wanted them to do. But even with these problems, there is still a lot that can be learned from this study. And one thing in particular that I really want you to think about is that the study got 75% of individuals to conform without any external pressure. And I want you to take a moment to think about how much more powerful the experiment would have been if there was pressure, if there was a reward or a punishment, or maybe if your friends or professors or teachers were Confederates instead of just random college students. Think about whether or not these factors would increase or decrease the likelihood that you would conform. One of the most famous series of studies on conformity and obedience are what are known as the Milgram experiments. And I want to take a moment to talk about Milgram and the things that might have inspired him to conduct these studies. The first thing that I want to note is that these studies began in 1961. And the reason that this is important is because Milgram studies, like many of the other studies on conformity and obedience, were conducted in response to something. In this case, the atrocities committed during the Holocaust. Milgram was born to a Jewish family in 1933 in New York. And although he was born in the States, his parents had emigrated from Europe. And this is something that he was very aware of. In fact, in one letter that he wrote to a friend, he wrote, "I should have been born into a German-speaking Jewish community of Prague and died in a gas chamber some 20 years later. How I came to be born in a Bronx hospital, I'll never quite understand." So even though he and his immediate family weren't in Europe during World War II, it's clear that he was still deeply affected by it. Another thing that seemed to have a big influence on Milgram were the trials of Nazi leaders after the end of World War II. In particular, the trial of Nazi leader Adolf Eichmann seems to have been particularly influential. Unlike other Nazi officers who had been tried in the Nuremberg trials immediately after World War II, Eichmann managed to escape to South America, where he remained until he was captured by Nazi hunters in 1960. And really pay attention to this date, because Eichmann was captured and brought to trial and sentenced to death immediately before Milgram began his studies. But it's not just the timing of this trial that made it significant to Milgram. It was Eichmann himself. Because by all accounts, he was actually a pretty normal guy. He was ordinary, he seemed to have a normal personality, and he didn't seem to have this intense hatred that was demonstrated by the other Nazi leaders. And this is particularly puzzling in light of what Eichmann had done, which was to arrange the deportation of Jews to death camps. And while he acknowledged that he was the one who organized these deportations, he said that he didn't feel guilty of the consequences. And years later, years after the Milgram experiments, Simon Wiesenthal, who was the Nazi hunter who captured Eichmann, stated that the world now understands the concept of desk murderer. We know that one doesn't need to be fanatical, sadistic, or mentally ill to murder millions, that it is enough to be a loyal follower eager to do one's duty. And I think that it's that last part that really stood out to Milgram, because Eichmann said the same thing that not only other Nazi officers had said, but also what just everyday German people had said, that they were just following orders. And in the end, I think that this is the idea that captured Milgram. The idea that everyday people, when put into certain situations, could commit horrendous acts against other human beings. And I think that Milgram really wanted to find out if this was true. He wanted to know whether everyday average Americans could be made to follow orders in the same way that the Nazi soldiers claimed that they were doing. He wanted to see whether or not they could be made to harm an innocent individual just because an authority figure told them to. But I want you to take a moment to think about how important this research is, because it was and is very easy to depersonalize and other the individuals who we see to be complicit in the Holocaust. It is very easy to think that they are evil and we are good, and they are murderers and we are moral. And as Milgram found out, as we all found out, it really isn't that simple. And so with that in mind, let's talk about his studies, the results of these studies, why they are so controversial, and the impact that they might have on us today. The Milgram studies were conducted in order to study the willingness of participants, average everyday Americans, to obey authority figures who instructed them to perform behaviors that conflicted with their personal beliefs and morals. And as you can probably imagine, it might be hard to recruit participants when that's what you're trying to study. And so in order to keep the participants from finding out what he was actually trying to look at, Milgram used deception. He started by posting ads looking for people to participate in a study about learning and memory. And I actually have an image of the original flyer here. And you can see that they really tried to make a point to recruit average, everyday people. When they arrived at the lab, they were told that they were going to be participating in a study that was trying to look at the effects of punishment on learning. So, do people learn best after they've been punished for making a mistake? And there were 2 participants involved in the study, and they randomly decided, by picking out of a hat, who was going to play the role of teacher and who was going to play the role of the learner. In reality, one of the participants was actually a Confederate, meaning that they were working with the experimenter and were secretly in on the point of the study. And choosing the roles out of the hat wasn't actually random in this case, because it was rigged in such a way that the actual participant always got the teacher role and the Confederates always got the learner role. While the teacher was watching, the experimenter hooked the learner up to a number of electrodes. And they were both told that the teacher was going to teach the learner a number of word pairs, and that the learner would be shocked whenever they gave the wrong answer. In some versions of this study, the person playing the learner noted that they were worried about the experiment because they had a heart condition, so they were worried about the shocks. At which point the experimenter would explain to them not to worry, that the shocks would be painful but not dangerous. The teacher was then taken to a different room where they couldn't see the learner. They had no visual contact with them. And they were set in front of a box of switches that they were told was a shock box. The first switch was labeled 15 volts, and the switches increased at 15-volt increments until it reached 450 volts. Along with an indication of voltage, there were also labels that went along with the switches. And I've written a number of them down here, but they went from slight shock to moderate shock to strong shock, and then things like very strong shock and intense shock and extremely intense shock. And then, kind of troublingly, a label that noted that the switches would give a severe shock and the warning of danger XXX. the teacher was instructed to read a long list of word pairs to the learner, and then when they were finished, to go back and read the first word of each pair, and then offer 4 possible pair words. Of those 4 possible pair words, the learner would indicate what they thought the answer was by pressing a button, and this was displayed on a screen to the teacher. And whenever they made an error, the teacher was instructed to give them a shock at increasing increments. So the first wrong answer got a shock of 15 volts, the second one 30 volts, etc. And just so you're aware, even though the teacher thought that they were giving the learner shocks, no actual shocks were given. But of course, it was really important that the teacher really thought that the punishment was being administered. After giving a number of correct answers, the participants seemingly started giving incorrect ones. And of course, the pattern of correct and incorrect answers that the learner was given was determined by the experimenter well beforehand. And the first couple of shocks really didn't elicit that much of a reaction. The learner would kind of gasp when they happened, but nothing more than that. However, after several increasing shocks, the learner would start to pound on the wall and cry out in pain. And eventually, they would start to complain about their heart condition, saying things like, "Let me out, my heart is bothering me, let me out." And as the shocks increased, they would continue to yell and scream that they wanted to quit. And after this, after a certain point, all responses from the learner would cease, and there would only be silence from the other room. If at any point during the study the participant playing the role of the teacher wanted to check on the other participant or stop the experiment or even just look back at the experimenter for guidance to see what they should do, they were told things like, "Please continue," and "The experiment requires that you continue," and even "You have no other choice, you must go on." The experiment came to an end after either 4 verbal protests from the teacher from the participants, or after they had given the final shock of 450 volts to the silent learner 3 times. Before he started his experiment, Milgram asked a number of professors and psychology students and clinical psychologists whether or not people would obey the commands of the experimenter. And they overwhelmingly said that people would not, that most of them would stop when the learner protested, and that very, very few people would shock all the way, and that those that did were probably psychopaths. And so when the results of this study came out, they were actually really disturbing, because 65% of participants shocked all the way. 65%. And to be clear, those participants didn't do so without feeling. They had protested, they were sweating, and they were trembling. But they still obeyed the commands of the experimenter and shocked to 450 volts. And in the versions of the experiment where the learner claimed to have a heart condition, and specifically claimed that the shocks were hurting their heart, full compliance did drop, but not by much. It dropped to 63%. And again, these were everyday average Americans who heard the cries of people they were tormenting and continued with the task. And I want to end with a quote from Milgram, and it's kind of a long quote, and I've written it out here, but I think that it's really important and really sums up the results of the study. He wrote, "I set up a simple experiment at Yale to test how much pain an ordinary citizen would inflict on another person simply because he was ordered to by an experimental scientist. Stark authority was pitted against the subject's strongest moral imperatives against hurting others, and, with the subject's ears ringing with the screams of the victims, authority won more often than not. He trained millions of adults to go to almost..."
So social psychology is the study of how individuals think, feel, and behave in social interactions. You probably know intuitively that when individuals are in groups, they may act very differently than when they're alone. And if you ever wondered why, let's talk about some group processes and some of the ways that people change their behavior when in social situations. So the first group process that we'll review today is conformity. So conformity. Now, this won't be the first time you've heard about conformity. You've probably just known it by another name, peer pressure. And conformity is a tendency for people to bring their behavior in line with group norms, and it's powerful in social situations. We use social situations, especially ones and what's acceptable, to question standards and authorities, and feedback on behaviors.
So it is important, especially for younger folks, to have positive peers. Because if the group's behavior is positive, then it can lead to peace, harmony, and happiness. But if the group's behavior is negative, it can be catastrophic. So when behaviors are negative or wrong, why do people still conform to group norms? So imagine you're part of a group and the group has been asked to train a dog. So the group training the dog decides to train it with a shock collar, and you decide to agree. Now, according to social psychologists, there are two main influences that explain why you would conform with the group. So first, let's pretend that you've never interacted with a dog before, and you're uncertain about your method of training a dog and whether it would be correct or not to use a shock collar. So in that case, you may look to the group for guidance. In this instance, you assume that the group is correct, and so you just go along with their opinion and whatever else they suggest. And this is known as informative influence. Now, let's pretend that you're an expert dog trainer, and you know that it's easier to train a dog with treats rather than using a shock collar. So even though you know the group's method of using a shock collar is incorrect, you might still decide to go along with the group in order to avoid being a social outcast. And in this instance, you're conforming because of a normative influence. So in that case, you fear the social rejection that can come with dissension from the group, and so you decide to conform instead of rocking the boat. In addition, there are two different ways in which a person can conform, publicly or privately. If you privately conform to a group's beliefs, you change your behaviors and opinions to align with the group. If you publicly conform, you're temporarily or superficially changing. So outwardly you agree with the group, but on the inside you actually maintain your own core beliefs. So thinking back to our example, if you privately conform to use a shock collar, you would leave the group situation with a genuine belief that the best way to train a dog is with a shock collar. In other words, you could say you were convinced. On the other hand, if you publicly conform, then you would agree with shock collar while in the group situation, but you would also know that the treats are the more effective route, and when you're alone or out of the group situation, you would continue to train dogs with treats. So you could say that you weren't convinced. Now let's talk a little bit more about group processes. Problem-solving decision-making often takes place in groups. Factors that influence individuals' problem-solving and decision-making continue to operate when individuals in a group, but group interactions also shape the outcome. So group polarization is a phenomenon in which group decision-making enhances or amplifies the original opinions of group members. And for this to happen, several factors must be present. First, all the views do not have equal influence. So for a viewpoint to influence the group's final decision, it's shared by the majority of individuals in the group. Secondly, in discussions about the topic, arguments made tend to favor the majority or popular view, and any criticism is directed towards the minority view. And this is called confirmation bias. The group members seek out and reinforce the information view. In this sort of atmosphere, the initial attitude of the viewpoint is amplified by the group discussion, and sometimes a stronger version of the decision can be adopted. So going back to the dog training example, imagine that a group of individuals meet to discuss training the dog. The majority of the group agrees that training the dog with treats is the best way to go about it. Most of the discussions involve the benefits of training with positive reinforcement, and some group members very angrily chastise the advocates for the shock collar. The individuals
Okay, so let's go back to the complexity problem. See, I actually think in some sense, it's the fundamental problem. When you read about the terror management theorist types, they think that death is the fundamental problem. And that's a good argument because it's definitely a fundamental problem, but I think it's a subset of the complexity problem. And the reason I think that is because sometimes people's lives become so complex that they'd rather be dead. So And the reason they seek death through suicide is to make the complexity go away, because complexity causes suffering if it's uncontrolled. Things just get beyond your control. And that can happen, if you're hit by 3 or 4 catastrophes at the same time. Maybe you have, the political system collapses, there's hyperinflation, you lose your job, and you have someone that you love or 2 people die, and maybe you get cancer, something like that. Like that, those things happen to people. They just think, well, there's no getting out of this. Like, it's just too much. And one of the things that's very interesting about being a psychologist is that what you learn if you're going to be a psychologist is that people come to you with mental illnesses. And that's almost never true. People come to you because their lives are so damn complicated, they cannot stay on top of them in any way that doesn't make it look like they're just going to get more complicated. And so then that causes symptoms. It's like this old idea, sort of a metaphor for genetic susceptibility. Take a balloon and blow it up until it's beyond its tolerance. It's going to blow out at the weakest point. Well, that's sort of what a genetic susceptibility is. If I just keep adding complexity on top of you, at some point you'll blow out at your weakest point. Maybe you'll get physiologically ill. Maybe you'll start drinking. Maybe you'll develop an anxiety disorder. Maybe you'll get OCD. Maybe you'll get depressed. Whatever. There'll be something about you that's the weakest point. And if I just push, that's where you'll blow out. So that's a mental illness, but those things almost never just happen. Sometimes, but not very often. Usually people have just been hammered like 2 or 3 different ways, and then they collapse in the direction of their biological weakness, and then maybe you put them back together, but it's almost always a complexity-related phenomena rather than a mental illness-related phenomena. Not always, but almost always. Okay.
Empower your students at every stage of the writing process with Grammarly's generative AI. Use it to help students brainstorm ideas faster. Cite sources instantly.
That liberation is not some great thing that you achieve all of a sudden. Liberation happens every time that you realize that you're not your personality. There's always fear in moving towards authenticity because we've been taught since children you're afraid of our authentic selves. So if we're our authentic selves, we're going to lose the world. That's the fear. There's always going to be fear there, and that fear has to be confronted. It has to be recognized, understood, and accepted. The biggest stresses of human beings are emotional ones. And the biggest stress of all is trying to be who you're not. But how long ago did you find that out? You're still new at it. You're still learning. So instead of being frustrated with yourself about, like when you say, why am I still like that? Now there's 2 ways to ask that question. If you say, why am I still like that? If I said to you, why are you like that? Is that a question or a statement? It's a statement. And what is the statement saying? You're not good enough. So when you ask it like that, you're accusing yourself. You're not actually asking a question. You're making an accusation against yourself that you're not good enough. There's another way to ask the same question. I could ask you, gee, I'm curious. Why do you do that? Why do you like that? Well, what do you suppose, is behind that? Is that a question or a statement? That's a question. Which one do you think you're more likely to answer? If I say to you, why do you like that? Why are you still doing this? Or what if I said to you this? You say this, here's your theory, and you're an intelligent woman, and you've learned all these things, but I'm noticing that despite what you've learned, what do you suppose that is? No, that's a question. Which one do you think you might more open up to? The first way of putting it or the second way? So that the first thing is, you've got to ask yourself the right way. In other words, you have to ask it with compassion. Remember I said compassion for yourself. Compassionate curiosity. Say, why am I like that? That's not a question. That's a statement. I already know. I'm like that because I'm not good enough. But if you ask it compassionately with curiosity, then you might be able to come up with the answer. So I suggest that every time that question comes up for you, ask it with that compassionate curiosity rather than a self-accusation. Then the answer will come to you. Because otherwise, because if I attack you, what are you going to do? You're going to defend yourself. But if I treat you with compassion, you're going to open up.
There's a spiritual teacher who says that only when compassion is present will people allow themselves to see the truth. So if you want to see the truth, you need to be compassionate with yourself. So if we want to overcome our habit energies, now for you to suppress yourself in the presence of some people is just a habit that you've learned very early in life, that before you had any choice in the matter. It's ingrained in your brain. The brain circuits are telling you that if I'm authentic, that's not good. Those are your habit energies. So that's an automatic behavior for you. And that automatic behavior is there despite what you know intellectually, despite what you've learned. So those habit energies in certain situations will get triggered unless you train yourself very patiently. I mean, you wouldn't expect to go into a gym and press 150 pounds on the first day. You're going to press maybe 25 pounds. So right now, you're pressing maybe 75 pounds. You want to press 150 pounds, you have to train yourself some more to overcome those habit energies. How many of you would acknowledge that at one time or another in your life you had an addiction? What did you get from it? What did it do for you temporarily that you wanted to create? What was the benefit, the so-called benefit that you got from it? Pleasure is something we all want. In fact, it's necessary for life. The real question is, given God's green earth and everything in it, why did you lack pleasure in your life? Numbing. When do people have to be numbed? It's when you go to the dentist. It's when you're going to have pain. So it's a response to pain. And comfort, again, is something that's a totally normal human aspiration. The problem is that you're in so much discomfort that you don't know what to do with it. And so we see that the addiction is not a choice that you made, nor is it a disease that you inherited. It was an attempt to solve a problem. The problem of pain, so you had to be numbed. The problem of lack of pleasure, of alienation, of boredom. The problem of discomfort. If we want to understand why you lack comfort, why you lack pleasure, why you have pain, we have to look at your life. And these factors always goes back to childhood trauma in every single case. This is what we don't learn. We don't learn that human experience is shaped, or human functioning is shaped by human experience in the world. Yet another study talking about pain that shows that people with adverse childhood experiences are much more likely to have chronic pain as adults. Now I could go into the physiology of that, it's very straightforward, but nobody teaches you that. So all you see is a drug seeker. You don't see a traumatized person whose physiology is responding to painful childhood experience. The difficulty that we have is that we have trouble understanding people with different formative experiences than ours. And precisely because if I look at something like addiction, it really is a matter of a spectrum, and we're just about all of us are on the spectrum. But precisely because we're all on the spectrum, and we think we could deal with this in our own life, we say, well, why couldn't they deal with it? Why couldn't they deal with it? If you've never been profoundly depressed, you don't have an idea what it's like to be depressed. You have no idea what it's like to have life be utterly drab and meaningless and threatening to the point that you might even want to leave life, to the point of trying to kill yourself. Because it is on a spectrum, and we've all felt down sometimes. We've all felt alienated sometimes, but we snapped out of it. And we have no idea what it's like to be deeply into it, where choice no longer exists. And so we have great difficulty understanding people whose brains give them a different experience of life. If you look at what actually triggers stress, the significant factors that trigger stress are uncertainty, lack of information, and loss of control. Now, what happens in a culture where the economy is going on the tube, where decisions are made far away by people who don't even know you and you don't know who they are, and your life is very much affected by these large forces over which you have increasingly the sense that you have no control or even influence over? Well, that means a lot of people are going to be stressed. A lot of uncertainty. A lot of people are going to be stressed. And that stress then will lead to addictive behaviors. That stress then will lead to parents passing that stress on to their children. So stress has three components, and this is maybe the takeaway. There's the external event called the stressor It depends on the individual of how they perceive and experience a particular event. So the first component of the stress reaction is the event. The third and final component of the stress reaction is the physiological stress response, with the adrenaline and the cortisol and the nervous system and the gut and the heart and really the whole body. But in between the external event and the physiological reaction is what we can call the processing apparatus. And the processing apparatus is you and I, with our particular interpretations, our beliefs, usually unconscious interpretations, unconscious beliefs, internal emotional dynamics that we have no control over until we become conscious of them. So really the whole point of this talk is to become conscious of what's happening inside us. But you see, we all tell ourselves these stories, and these stories often run our lives. And to the extent that they're unconscious, and to the extent that we keep suppressing ourselves for the sake of attachment, for the sake of being accepted and loved and respected, and we're disconnected from our true selves, to that extent we're stressing ourselves, and to that degree we're actually making ourselves sick. And from that point of view, illness comes along to teach you something. Now, I'm not inviting you to get sick to learn this lesson. Nobody wishes that on anybody else whatsoever. What I am saying is that when illness does come along, or when they did get sick, rather than just simply see it as a calamity to battle against, they also saw it as an opportunity to learn. And what people keep learning over and over again is how they had not been themselves. Illness came along to bring them back to themselves. That's what they keep learning. Nobody should be a passive recipient on everybody else's care. We need to regain that sense of agency. Is that sense of agency of actually making the decisions and actually looking at our lives and our patterns and our dynamics and really being courageous about that and being open about it and being supremely curious and not judging ourselves. Oh God, I failed. I was too nice. I pushed myself down. No. But ask yourself, okay, why was I doing that? And do I really need to do that? Am I still really that infant, a young child, who needs to choose attachment over authenticity? And yes, I may lose some friends who are used to me being this particular way, and that's what they signed up for. But my true friends will celebrate me. And the biggest stress of all is trying to be something other than who you are. So if this takeaway lesson here, it's get to know who you are and be who you are. The true self, the authentic self, is never lost. In fact, there's a very interesting word that we use when it comes to illness or addiction. What's the word that we use when people get better? They recover. What does it mean to recover? It means to find something. Well, if you find it, it means it could never have been lost in the first place. 'A tree doesn't grow where it's hard and thick, does it? It goes where it's soft and green and vulnerable. So vulnerability is absolutely essential for growth. And for vulnerability, you gotta let go of those defenses, such as
the gruesome discovery of 215 bodies buried in unmarked graves behind a jail outside of Jackson, Mississippi, has left the community in disbelief. The families are angry at so-called paupers' graves, marked by just a metal rod and a number, and families were never notified of their deaths. The startling revelation came months after the mother of 37-year-old Dexter Wade filed a missing persons report last March. It wasn't until August when Betterson Wade learned her son had been hit by a police car and killed and buried in that same cemetery. For more about this case and the disturbing details that have emerged since then, I am joined now by Betterson Wade and civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who is representing her and other families. Welcome to you both. Ms. Wade, can I just begin by saying how very sorry we are for your loss, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Do something.
I understand, Ms. Wade, you contacted the Jackson Police Department after reporting that your son was missing several times, even after he had been buried, without your knowledge. Give us a sense of what they told you over those many months and what those months were like for you, not knowing where your son was.
Well, it was devastating. I didn't know where you were, and then I was calling them. They didn't have no information to let me know, have they, found any information. All the, details that I gave them for leave, they never came back to me and say, well, that leave related to something that we can work with. And I just couldn't believe that he had disappeared off the face of earth, and nobody knows where he is. And it was just horrible for me. And every day I wake up, I just look, just looking for him, just out in the streets looking for him. And I mean, that's heartbreaking for a mother.
It's a shit show, Debbie, please.
Can't say hello. Don't know how to get in touch with him. That is a horrible thing for a mother.
And look at all the great things I have now. None of my family's in here. Fuck it all up.
Dexter had been killed, that he had been
all that
buried
work I
in
put
this
into her.
grave.
For naught.
His body was exhumed in November. There was an autopsy conducted. He was given a proper burial. But I also understand a wallet was found in his front pocket with his ID, his home address, his insurance card. What's the explanation officials give for why no one was notified he had been killed and buried?
There really is no explanation that they have offered. They claimed that they tried to reach out to Miss Bettison, and you should know that Miss Bettison is the named plaintiff in a lawsuit against the Jackson Police Department because they killed her brother 3 years earlier. She went through 2 criminal trials, had several press conferences. So when they called her house, if they did call her house, like they claimed, they knew where she lived. They knew how to get in contact with her if they really wanted to notify her that her son Dexter had been hit by a police car. So it is very suspicious that they would just bury him in a proper grave because they said they could not identify his next of kin. Ms. Bettison does not accept it, and because of her tenacity, it has exposed all of these loved ones being dropped in a hole in a bag behind a Mississippi jail.
Mr. Crump, the Jackson mayor did say there were mistakes. He also just said that Dexter Wade's death was a tragic accident. He said there was no malicious intent in failing to notify the family. We know the police department has new notification procedures right now. What recourse are you specifically seeking right now for these families you represent?
We're seeking to have the Federal Department of Justice come in and do an investigation to make sure that each and every one of these citizens, disproportionately Black citizens whose lives matter, will be identified, their families notified, and them given a proper funeral.
And I should say, Ms. Wade, I mentioned families because you are not alone here. There's been in the last few months the discovery at least 2 other men, 40-year-old Mario Moore and 39-year-old Jonathan Hankins, were also killed and buried in that same cemetery, and their families not notified for months. From your perspective, Ms. Wade, what do you want to see happen now?
Well, first of all, I feel like that the city needs to give me an acknowledgement to say that, hey, I'm sorry. I mean, just give me some kind of closure and explain to me what actually happened to my son on that freeway that night. How did it actually occur? Just what went down, the events that went down with it. And I want to see justice. I want to see justice done for this because it's wrong. It's wrong to take somebody's child and bury them in a field and I didn't even get a last chance to say anything to my child, or either I didn't even get a last chance to just say, baby, I love you. Just look down on them and say, baby, I love you. They haven't even came and called me and said, Miss Wade, could you come down and explain to me what happened? I mean, I haven't even got a word. And so how do that feel? That makes you feel like they are guilty.
As it turns out,
they are guilty of a crime because they can't tell you what happened.
Ms. Wade, do I understand correctly that the mayor, no one from the police department has reached out to you to explain what happened to your son?
No one has reached out to me and said, explain it. you know, to explain what happened to my son. But I did at least have city supervisors, you know, supervisors to say, you know, that they hated what happened to me. But I haven't had said anything. Nobody from JPD, Jackson Police Department, have came to me in acknowledgement.
And eventually I feel like
Mr. Crump, the story gets even more disturbing with this discovery of 215 bodies in that cemetery. What do we know about those bodies?
I don't think it has to do with other people either.
We know based on the records from the coroner's office that since 2016, in the last 8 years, we can identify 215 individuals that were buried behind that jail, and their families have not been notified. Furthermore, Mr. Wade was number 672. That means there are 671 other people buried behind that jail. Mark was only a number.
Mr. Crump and Ms. Betterson Wade, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I have a feeling we'll be following up on this story in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Brutal. So brutal. Natives do not fuck around with anything, obviously, because that was like, I tried to get up and leave, and Joanne grabbed me and pulled me back down. She's like, "You just fucking ass down." I was like, "Joanne, my face is leaking. I can't breathe because there's snot coming out of my face." She's like, "I don't give a shit."
South African lawyers have written to President Joe Biden warning that they intend to begin proceedings against the United States based on evidence that the United States government is, quote, providing material assistance and means to Israel as the Palestinian people are, quote, affected by the ongoing international crimes and displacement perpetuated by the Israeli government and its armed forces. After yesterday's hearing on Israel's actions in Gaza, the South African delegation has rejected Israel's argument that it is acting in self-defense.
Self-defense is no answer to genocide. Nothing can ever justify genocide. There is no balancing exercise as Israel has sought to suggest. The prohibition is absolute. No matter what some individual within the group of Palestine in Gaza may have done, and no matter how great the threat to Israel's citizens might be, genocidal attacks on the whole of Gaza and the whole of its population with the intent of destroying them cannot be justified at all.
The Gray Zone's Max Blumenthal asked the State Department how it could dismiss evidence of, quote, on-the-record statements from Israeli leadership expressing to commit genocide on Palestine.
How can you explain this discrepancy between Secretary Blinken accusing China explicitly of genocide with no mass killing, presenting no evidence of the mass killing of Uyghurs, and then dismissing out of hand the potential that Israel could be committing genocide in the Gaza Strip, calling it unfounded? How do you explain this discrepancy?
The same way that I just explained it to your colleague who asked essentially the same version of your question, which is that each conflict is different, and any kind of determination like this needs to be based on specific facts and law. And when it comes to the points that are being made in today's hearing, again, I'm not going to speak to those specifically. Israel will have an opportunity to address some of those tomorrow. But we again feel that these allegations that Israel is committing genocide are unfounded. That being said, we do not disagree that additional steps must and need to be taken to minimize the impact on civilians, and we'll continue to raise that directly with relevant partners.
Max Blumenthal also asked about Secretary of State Antony Blinken's visits to Israel.
The Secretary Blinken, who went to Israel first, declaring he was there as a Jew, identifying with the ethno-religious character of this state, which is now standing aside. Is Secretary Blinken...
Hello everyone, and thank you for watching. This is the Celtic Canuck, and today we'll be spending time of them all. Stephen Gilbert.
Greenpeace is climbing the world's tallest building today to tell the world not to be fooled by the global government.
A true believer, if there ever was one, sees himself as a climate crusader, while all the rest of us see as an unwashed tree-hugging hypocrite.
For me,
as I've decided to run for the nomination of the Liberal Party of Canada in the riding of Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition and many members across have called me woke before, and if woke means standing up for
You're
the
fucking like a criminal.
to clean air and clean
You
water,
are
then so be
convicted
it, Mr. Speaker.
criminal.
Woke
They bailed you
means
out of
standing
jail
up to create
for your
jobs
job.
generations of
Oh,
Canadians
and your
who
wife
invested in the free
is
economy
your
and
transport.
so be it, Mr. Speaker. And if woke means standing up for the rights of women to choose, then so be it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's woke, and so Canadians are broke, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what woke means in practice. I'll tell you what woke means in practice. His government approved dumping millions of liters of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence River. That's what woke means. Woke means charging a single mom higher costs to drive to work and feed her kids while the Prime Minister jets around using Canadian tax dollars pumping emissions into our atmosphere. That is the woke hypocrisy across the way.
Flying all over the place on a private jet while demanding that the rest of us stop emitting, which is par for the course with the climate ideologues. And as with any kind of zealotry, they live to direct you, while following none of their own tenets themselves, because they don't have to. They can afford to pay to pollute. We can't, which makes you wonder if the issue is our pollution or our poverty. And I think I know which they resent the most, but by all means, let me know what you think in the comments. Right now, Gilboa seems to have a bee in his bonnet about Alberta. He continues to push, and Danielle Smith continues to shut him down.
All eyes on Alberta today, where they could finally be using a controversial new tool to take on the federal government. The Premier has warned she may invoke the province's Sovereignty Act over Ottawa's clean energy policies.
I'm constantly dismayed that Environment Minister Stephen Guilbeault continues to take shots against our province as we're trying to begin this collaborative process. He should be coming to the table in good faith, and he should zip it, quite frankly, because he's not helping. When he starts talking about emissions caps, when he starts putting forward aggressive emissions reduction targets that are unachievable by 2035, I have to react to that, and I'm hoping that his colleagues will rein him in.
It seems to have become personal with him that he get the upper hand with Smith, like some sort of weird measuring contest, which is really embarrassing for him because we all know his is much bigger.
Look at what Stephen Guilbeault's statements have been. He has talked about reducing emissions 42% by 2030. That is 7 years from now. And if you talk to anybody in the industry, if he's intent on pursuing that kind of aggressive target, that is a production cap, because the only way to achieve it would be by shutting in production. We have seen studies that have been done on this. Most recently, one suggested that that kind of a aggressive emissions target would cause us to have to reduce our production by 1.5 million barrels per day. And that is, quite frankly, outside the mandate of the federal government. They do not have a mandate to determine the pace and development of our resources or how we structure our power grid.
And you have no doubt heard by now about the government's plan to get rid of all gas-powered vehicles by 2035, 12 years from now. Despite the fact that infrastructure does not exist to support them, the materials are scarce and controlled by China, and most people can't afford them.
Canada's auto industry is set for a major shakeup. CBC News has learned that Ottawa is about to release new regulations to ensure all new cars sold in Canada are emissions-free by 2035.
By 2026, 20% of all vehicles sold by automakers must emit zero emissions. That share jumps to 60% by 2030, with the end goal of phasing out all gas-powered trucks and cars by 2035 and offering only electric. Automakers that miss those targets will be forced to pay up. 2/3 of Canadians are reluctant to buy an EV, and that's, to me, an eye-popping figure. That tells me a majority of people don't want anything to do with these vehicles. So how do you bring them on side with your plan, Minister?
I think what I've seen, and I used to work on electric vehicles a lot before my time in politics, and once people have tried it, if not 9 out of 10 Canadians prefer sticking to electric vehicles.
And while this unwashed, tree-hugging hypocrite is attempting to flex on Danielle Smith, firmly confident he holds all the cards and is fighting for the greater good. And there steps in the zealot, the true believer, the most dangerous type of all. He has visions of wide-open natural spaces achieved by the unnatural tight containment of humanity. for the sake of the planet. So we're all supposed to get on board, get in our pods and eat bugs and never complain, but be bolstered and satisfied in the knowledge that we are doing our part for all of humanity. Meanwhile,
Okay, we're gonna lay off for a while. I need a lint roller. Oh, where did I put it? No offense, Debbie, but you understand why I couldn't be as friendly with you as I probably should have been. My mom wasn't ready for my grandpa to go. He wouldn't have made it the 5 months that he did. So run through. You know, like, I thought they would be, what do you call it? Not even supportive. Just like, okay, well, if you can prove that you can get shit done or you can make something good happen, like, I don't know. I started working at Bullies with her when I was 8 years old. I don't think I ever stopped working after that. Every year I'd have a job. Ever since I begged Caitlin to talk to my mom again. I was like, Caitlin, you know what? You don't even have to be fucking nice to her. Just don't be mean to her when she comes around. Caitlin was never going to talk to her again. I begged Caitlin to talk to her because I couldn't handle everything on my own. Well, Caitlin was off going to private college, and they were paying for her wedding, and like, it's fine. Honestly, it's fine. I'm honestly happy I didn't waste my time and money going to fucking go to school because my diploma amounts to nothing. I have advanced math. Probability is fucking stupid. But thankfully, I only had to waste time on applications. Realize that because my grandpa, well, he said that when you were little, your mother was super abusive and she used to have dogs and you used to wake up in the morning, you used to shovel shit off your kitchen floor. And she would fucking hit kids with fucking the dog's fucking chain and shit. Like, he said that you had no shoes, or your toes were sticking out of your shoes and duct tape on your shoes, so you gave you some money going to shoes. It was only after he died that she told me what he did. She said that you were the only one who believed her had her back, because all outside of the family said no one had a bad word to say about that man. Honestly, oh, your grandpa is so amazing. Like, no one had a bad word to say about that man. She only told me after he died what he did. Because all that family said that she was a liar. Apparently, you were the only one that said, nope, I was there at the time. She told me at the time. Like, so. Once again, Caitlin was always closer to grandpa, closer to granny. I don't even fucking know why. I've been reading her diary from when she had cancer. Very interesting. And I just don't know where my mom got this idea that my grandma hated her. Because parents that stay up all weekend crying with the cops out looking for their kid don't hate their kid. Every time my grandmother talks about her, she's like, "Oh, poor Jill. She works so hard. She's not feeling good." Like, I just don't understand where she got this idea from. Maybe it's because her and Joanne got along really good. It's kind of fucked up. She'd be like, "Oh, for I guess her and Joanne are pregnant at the same time or something." And my grandma just got along better with Joanne, and he's like, "Oh, we're going shopping for whatever baby shower that one was to go to." But my mom was just so difficult. She was such a fucking ass with my grandma. She didn't love her. She didn't love her. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, parents that don't love their kids, that are like Gary's mother. Gary's mother who fucking doesn't give a shit where he is. Like, oh, cool, Andrew Cortez. That guy's a vigilante. Super cool. Everything that I thought about them feels tricked. Feels deceived. I'm super fucking capable. Just because Caitlin isn't doesn't mean I have to make myself incapable or like make myself not as good as I could be just so that Caitlin didn't feel fucking bad. Fucking always been like that. Always. Always been. Sit, bullies, drinking a Coke. There's a fucking carrying box smokes up in my sleeves. What the fuck is wrong with these pants? Never seen a pair of pants that fucking collect fucking lint like this. It's crazy. I don't even have a cat. So again, for as long as I live, I never have a cat. Because I like having my things. I want stuff. And I want to not hate cats. They do what cats do and they destroy your furniture. And everything you love in life. I don't even know why I have this. I hate hockey. Especially the Habs. The worst team ever. Okay, question next. We gotta fucking do something with this one. My husband! See? Fucking, I just talked to Debbie about a bunch of shit. Don't worry about it. I'm fucking talking all day long. I just talked to Debbie forever, and now fucking my husband comes on, and now I'm gonna make me all bad bitch and be like, whatever. Let's get back to what we're doing. Okay. Ah. Yeah. Ah. Fuck, she said that. I tried so hard and got so far. Simple life, baby. I like your style. Let me take you out, baby. Just say yes, say yes. I threw my keys and leave them. Just say yes, say yes. Wrap my arms around you. Kiss me like you mean it. You're not the same. You are a different creature. And I need to hold on. I need your protection. She's got me figured out. When she puts clothes on, I need to learn to listen. She's got me figured out. But I don't wanna have to sit around and wait for her to come around. 'Cause I've come around. I don't wanna hesitate with you, babe, but I can see it coming. I'll turn you into nothing. I don't wanna have to hesitate with you, babe, but I can see it coming. I'll turn you into nothing. I don't wanna hurt nobody. I see the goodness in you, but I'm not fucking with it. If you told me that a month from now I know your name, you'd be insane, yeah. What makes you think that I have ever seen a girl like you? Ooh, with a tattoo, yeah, nothing but misery, misery. Maybelline, I need a girlfriend, but you sure do find a night. Oh, put me to sleep. Whoa. Ah! Oh, up there. Surely you the highest on the way you got. Drink so good. Show me if you got it. Everybody always tripping if you got it. My chick could have whatever she wants. Going to the store that she wants. Man, I never had a man like that. Yeah, I want your body, need your body. As long as you got me, won't need nobody. You want it, I gotta tell him more. And stacks on there, Patron on ice. We can pop bottles all night, baby. You can have whatever you like. You can have whatever you like, yeah. Shorty, you the hottest. I wonder what your body is. Drink so good. Tell me if you got it. Stacks on deck, Patron on ice. We can pop bottles all night, baby. You can go wherever you like. That's kind of a similar sound. You can go wherever you like, yeah. Baby, I can treat you so special, so right. You can have whatever you like. You can have whatever you like, yeah. Talking boy, big boy rides with big boy eyes. Let me put this big boy in your life. It smells so fresh. look so right. Put this big boy in your life, that's right. I want your body, need your body. As long as you got me, won't need nobody. Oh well. Okay. Talking about big boy, let me put this big boy in your life. Smell so fresh, you look so right. Put this big boy in your life, that's right. I want your body, need your body. As long as you got me, won't need nobody. Oh, yeah. Ooh, ooh. Simple and plain, baby. I like the sound. Will you let me take you out, baby? Say yes, say yes. It is the hunting season. I throw my keys and leave them. Say yes, say yes. Wrap my arms around you. Kiss me like you mean it. You are the same, or you are a different teacher. Yeah, and I need to hold on. I need to use protection. She's got me figured out. Looks back when she puts her clothes on. I need to use my lesson. I need to learn my lesson. She's got me figured out. But I don't want to have to sit around and wait for her to come around. 'Cause I don't come around. I don't want to hesitate with you, babe, but I can see it coming. I'll turn you into nothing. I don't want to have to hesitate with you, babe, but I can see it coming. I'll turn you into nothing. I don't want to hurt nobody. I see the goodness in you, but I'm not fucking with it. If I told you that a month from now I would know your name, you would be insane, yeah. What makes you think that I have ever seen a girl like you? Ooh, nothing but a mystery, misery. Maybelline, I need a girlfriend, but you sure do fun tonight. Whoa, put me to sleep. Whoa, put me to sleep. Stacks on deck, Patron on ice. We can pop bottles all night, baby. You can go wherever you like. You can go wherever you like. Yeah. Talking big boy rides and big boy eyes. Let me put this big boy in your life. Smells so out, dick. Man. Smells so fresh, you look so right. Put this big boy in your life, that's right. I want your body, need your body. As long as you got me, don't need nobody. myself. I'm in so much trouble. Mother Mary comes to me, speaking the words of wisdom. Let it be. In my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be. 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 Whisper words of wisdom. Let it be. And when the broken-hearted people living in the world agree, there will be an answer. Let it be. Though they may be parted, there is still a chance that they will see. There will be an answer. Let it be. 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 There will be an answer. Let it be. And when the night is cloudy, there is still a light that shines on me. Shine until tomorrow. Let it be. To the sound of music, Mother Mary comes to me. Speaking words of wisdom, I want you to let it be. 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 Yes, gonna be like sir. I want you to let it be. 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 There's gonna be an answer. I want you to let it be. 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 There will be an answer. Let it be. I feel like Andy. I think it's what it is. I've been watching The Office too much, and I'm just like fucking. I try to say goodbye and I choke. Try to walk away and I stumble. Though I try to hide it, it's clear. My world crumbles when you are not here. I try to walk away. I try to say goodbye and I choke. Try to walk away and I stumble. Though I try to hide it, it's clear. My world crumbles when you are not here. My world, it crumbles when you are not here. Sorry, I need to stop. We're stopping. Or it's over. We're done. Why are there so many songs about rainbows? And what's on the other side? Rainbows have been had, but merely illusions. Rainbows have nothing to hide. Some say hope, some choose to believe it. Someday we'll find a rainbow connection. The lovers The dreamers and me. Oh. Oh. R-B. They pockets. They're not even fake. I think fake pockets should be illegal. Green line matter. Got a secret, can you keep? Listen, you'll say. Better lock it in your pocket, taking this one to the grave. And I'll show you, know you care what I say. Cause two can't keep a secret if one of them is dead. Why smile like you haven't told a secret? Now you're telling lies.
Just when you thought the world couldn't get any more bizarre, Tucker Carlson has revealed a terrifying truth about Antarctica that will definitely cast everything we know about the ice continent in a frightening perspective. In a recent interview, he spoke openly and candidly about the frozen continent. He revealed some insights to the world that could solve some mind-blowing questions that have recently come up. Is there something out there on the southern icy plains that we are hiding from us? And why doesn't anyone talk about Antarctica? Now, it's not surprising that the South Pole doesn't get much coverage on mainstream media. And it's also not surprising that most, if not all, networks have shied away from talking about it. However, in the midst of all the fluff that has taken over the news in recent years, Tucker has chosen controversy head on. He has fearlessly delved into the depths of the mystery, shedding light on the lingering questions that have plagued curious minds for years, and laying the foundation.
Did you know you can generate an endless supply of power simply from the ground beneath you? Do not buy solar panels or any other energy alternative until your device is the perfect off-the-grid energy source to power your home, especially in case of an emergency. So if you don't want to keep using the unreliable power grid, or you're just tired of relying on the big energy monopolies, listen up. There is a new at-home device that can give you complete energy independence. It's powered naturally using clean energy and allows you to create your own personal power source. And the best part is, you won't have to shell out 5 figures for a fancy rooftop solar array or gas up a loud generator. This device provides the most reliable off-the-grid energy source that you can use, especially in cases of emergency. It's completely disaster-proof, lightweight, portable, and you can power just about anything in your home. Click the Watch Now button to see the free short presentation where we'll tell you exactly what this device is and how it works. This breakthrough discovery is taking the energy world by storm. So I'm not sure how long this video will be up. The greedy energy monopolies will stop at nothing to keep this natural energy source a secret, to protect their insane profits. This could power your home, your cottage, trailer, or even be used while you're camping. Stop relying on the shaky government-run power grid and stop making the energy monopolies even richer. Click the Watch Now button to see this device.
Hello. Hi, you're done? Yeah. Okay, on my way. Okay. See you soon. Love you. Bye. We're gonna pick up Daddy Jack. He's going to the actual fuck. Can't be kidding. Fucking A. Am I retarded? What? I just had it in my hand. They are liking. They're Lululemon. Coca-Cola. Why? Why?
Ugh.